A warm welcome back to London, Asper's Casino in Stratford. We are now going to focus on event number 19, which is the Pot Limit Omaha. We've got our feature table set up. The players have just come back from their first break. So we're now into level 7. Blinds are 300, 600. 96 players started the Pot Limit Omaha. We've got 55 players left. Our feature table consists of, in seat 1, Ian Witt. Seat 2 is Kevin McBride. Seat 3 is Simon Brooke. Seat 4, Rob Gerard. Seat 5, Linda Iwaniak. Seat 6, Matt Ellison. Seat 7, Karen Balby. And Seat 8, Anthony Vigoria. A few names and faces that regular APAT players will be aware of. So first hand, and it's 3 players to the flop. Linda, Matt, and Karen. I've been joined in the commentary area by Chris Webber, who's going to join us for a decent chunk of this, I'm hoping, Chris.
Yeah, well, we'll see how we get on, but certainly whilst Ian in seat 1 and Simon in seat 3 are here, I'll be with you. 2 of the group that I've come with. And we can just see here that Matt has taken a pot with a continuation bet.
So obviously, Chris, the reason you're stood here is because you played this tournament.
Yes, thank you.
Obviously, I don't need to ask how it went.
It did not go well. I didn't even make the first break, obviously, as we've just returned. But obviously that's the way it goes sometimes.
So a decent structure in this, though, and there's plenty of play, isn't there?
I'll be honest, it did feel a little bit accelerated to the start. I noticed that they'd gone to 20-minute levels, which was a surprise. That obviously does impact. I suppose it's always harder to sort of comment on the structure when you've got short yourself early. But yeah, looking around, I think we've still got a pretty reasonable average stack to big blind structure going on.
So Ian in the small blind and Ken in the big blind here.
Yep.
And it's folded round to, is that Linda reaching for chips?
Yep, Linda's called 600.
As does Matt.
Fold. Looks like Ian's about to make up a small blind and Ken checks. So we're going to go 4 away to the flop. We have a 5 of clubs, 3 of hearts and 5 of diamonds flop. Check jack from the blinds, Linda checks, as does Matt. Have a deuce of diamonds on the turn. Check. As you would expect, Matt is now reaching for chips. And bet 600.
It's a very small bet, though.
It is a small bet. Feels like here he's letting in some potential draws, some flush draws to get there.
Linda's made the call, so
we now have a 7 of diamonds on the river.
So she's checked, and Matt's bet. How much is that there, Chris?
It's bet 1800. You have to feel here that Linda probably has a flush draw, and now she's just having called on the turn. You would expect her to call the river.
She's reaching for chips for sure.
And she does call.
And does. Let's have a look.
And yes, Linda has the flush, but is outkicked.
So flush over flush, 9 high flush for Linda, and Matt was there with the ace queen. So Matt takes that one down.
It does feel that obviously Matt recognised the fact that no one had a 5 or a straight on the board, or it's very unlikely. I would have preferred his bet on the turn to be slightly larger.
Well, I thought it felt small to me compared to the size of the pot.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think Matt also did recognise that obviously people had very little of it, and that was, you know, shown by the fact that we got called by a 9 high flush draw.
So we should mention that Simon, who sat in seat 3, is currently top of the player of the series.
It's a shock to all of us, but he is. Yes, it's a very good, very strong performance from Simon. Simon's going to try and win one this time. He's had a few seconds. He's very good at seconds, actually.
So Ken in the small blind and top of the pots, Simon in the big blind.
Top of the pots.
And Rob's passed, as has Linda. But
so we've Matt's limped in.
I mean, that's a few times we've seen that now already with players limping into pots. This is why I guess pot limit is different to no limit.
Yeah, absolutely. You will see more limping.
And this is players trying to manage the size of the pot pre-flop.
I'd be looking to be raising as much as I can. Just looking around the sort of people that we've got on this table, everyone seems sort of quite a snug, conservative player. And I think here you can actually take advantage of that. You haven't got to worry about a loose cannon coming in the pot and not knowing where you are. You know, it feels like
this is an interesting flop.
Yes, we have a Jack of Spades, 10 of Diamonds, King of Diamonds flop, and it looks like it's going to.
It's checking all the way around. I'm going to see a turn,
which is the 7 of Hearts.
Doesn't feel like that changes very much.
No, you would assume one of the players has a Queen 9 at this point, but I mean, potentially the 8-9 has got there. Well, the 8-9 has got there, but whether it's... Right, it's still checked around again.
To the way, so 5 players to see a river.
Ah, now this could change something here.
So the board's paired. But it looks like we're checking.
Looks like nobody wants the pot.
Nobody wants, but round to Ian in seat 1, who's top right of your screen now. He's reaching for chips. He's on the button and flicks in 3,000.
Yep. Feels like quite a large bet size based on the lack of interest shown by the other players. The pot at this point is 3,600.
It's got steel written all over it, hasn't it?
It does. Now, if Ian was trying to be sneaky, he might.
Simon asked how much has he got back.
Simon's just
I'm not sure whether that's friendly mates banter.
Yeah, that's just abuse.
That's
just abuse.
And he folds.
He's not doing anything.
Matt gets out of the way, and so it's just
down to Karen.
Karen down the left-hand side, and she folds as well. So Ian, I don't know. Part of me wants to say steals that one, but I'm not sure. Chris, what do you think?
I think that, it's hard to say. You know, obviously that's the beauty of the game. Bet sizing from different people mean different things. It feels like it's going to be very hard for him to be called, simply based on the lack of interest from the other players. So betting sort of 85% pot. It is an odd size, but it's got the job done.
So I've just had it confirmed that blind levels are 20 minutes for levels 1 to 13, and then it jumps to 30 minutes after that.
That's good
for later on in the tournament, which is actually a very sensible way of playing it.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. Obviously, initially you've got that many more big blinds. Obviously, has a structure.
That Tom Brady kind of knows what he's doing, doesn't he? With these
well, let's be careful. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Only joking, Tom. We love you.
So Linda folds under the gun, but Matt's been very active.
He's
very active.
He's been very active. A lot of limping going on still. I don't think we've yet to see a pre-flop raise.
Simon says, "Yeah, why not? It's a cliche, but we're going to see a flop. 5 players to the flop. Easier to say who's not in."
And we see an ace of hearts, 10 of spades, 6 of clubs. Check. And it's folded, just checked around, sorry, to Ken on the button.
Ken's going to have a stab from the button.
Bet 2k into 3k.
Yeah. Ken, top or far right of your screen.
Yep.
And it's pass. Just Ian to get through.
Oh, that's just easy, let's be honest.
Simple as that.
Simple as that.
Simple as that.
Yeah.
It's like taking sweets from a baby, isn't it?
I must admit, I don't know about you, Lee, but I'm quite surprised at how passive this table's playing so far.
Do you think the fact that that we're now live streaming this table makes a difference to the way people choose to play?
I think that's probably a very fair point, yes. I'm sure some people perhaps... But, you know, I'm looking around at this group of people and, you know, you don't see any of the absolute marks that you sometimes get in an Omaha game who just want to play every hand and want to play, very recklessly. Everyone seems to be playing quite snug. And, and that is understandable. But I just think it's screaming out for someone to just take advantage of this and just put the pressure on. Ultimately, we've got to accumulate chips as best we can. So this feels like a very good table to do that. Feels like we may have...
So it's folded round to Ian.
No, it's a limp again.
Limping. Ken's not interested.
We've got Simon on the button.
And he's in. And Rob from the small blind is as well. So we're going to be full weight to this flop. Five, 10 deuce, 2 hearts. Nothing much there to excite anyone.
That's the beauty of Omaha, though. So many balls can
very quick call from Rob there. So 1200 was the bet from Simon. Rob very quickly made the call.
And we're now heads up to the turn. And on the turn, we see the 9 of hearts.
3 hearts on the board now. So it's Simon and Rob, the 2 players in the top right of your screen as you look, and Simon bets out, is that 1800?
1800, and
Rob folds as quickly as he made the call on the flop. And Mr. Top of the Pops stacks some chips up. What's the rough chip stacks around here, Chris? Can you give us a quick once around the table?
So Ian looks to be playing about 16,000. Let's just have a quick look at Ken if I can see. He's not making it easy. Ken, what do you think we're playing there? So Ken with 19, and we got Brooksy with probably about 16. And Rob is playing 6,000. Linda's got a nice stack there. She's got about 23. Oh, possibly a little bit less, about 20. And then we have Matt. We have Matt. Matt is, that's probably about 40, 42. Karen with 9. And finally, we have Anthony. Anthony with 10, 20. Probably about 40,000 himself there. Nope, sorry, apologies, about 55,000. So, yes. So once again, for about, I think, the 6th or 7th hand in a row, we haven't had a pre-flop raise. And we now have a flop of Deuce of Hearts, Queen of Clubs, Deuce of Clubs.
And it's checked all around. Ken checks as well.
Jack of Hearts on the turn.
How nervous do players get when you get like a queen and a jack, so you've got potential, straight opportunities, but then you've got a paired board as well?
I think the most important thing that players, that they do, if you recognise what your opponent's tendencies are on previous hands when you've been paying attention, seeing how they played, you can sort of deduce. You can certainly make an informed guess or an educated guess as to what they're likely to be holding. Now we see an 8 of clubs on the river.
So it's Matt and Ken remaining in the hand.
Ken's reaching.
And the turn bet, it was Matt that made the bet, and Ken called.
Okay, now gets checked through to Ken. So Ken's bet sizing suggests he's repping a small flush, or a flush. Obviously, being a paired board, it's just trying to get some value from Matt.
And
but
Ken
Matt doesn't
takes it
oblige
down.
him.
Yeah, I mean Ken's been playing APAT for a number of years now. Has good success in the No Limit Hold'em games, but also enjoys the variants that you get to play at the Worlds.
I think we all do. I think that's one of the fantastic things about APAT. How often do you get to play all these variations of the mixed games for such a low buy-in with great structures? I can certainly say that APAT converted me to the mixed games, giving me those opportunities to play them, and I'm sure that's true for many other people.
You played the 8 game, which kicked off the festival last weekend.
Yes.
How did you find it?
It feels like a common trend, but
No.
it was an incredible tournament to play. It's great fun. I certainly hadn't played 2 of the games ever before I sat down. I think it's brilliant. I think it's what keeps APAT unique, that they offer these sorts of tournaments and they keep pushing the envelope with what's possible. As it is now, we've got another. We've seen our first pre-flop raise, and it's blind on blind.
So it's blind on blind,
and it's been clicked from the small blind. Karen's weighing her options.
Karen was telling me during the break she won her seats online on Coral.
Fantastic, good. Yeah.
The last satellites that were ran for this, because she came up to me and said, "Are you Matt?" I said, "No, unfortunately, I'm not the wakeboarding online superhero that is Matt Dale."
Yes, exactly. Yes, we haven't unfortunately had the pleasure of Matt's company this year.
He's probably busy on a crest of a wave somewhere.
No doubt, absolutely no doubt of that.
But yeah, plenty of the players here have had the chance to satellite in. I think it was every Thursday, every Sunday on Coral. Got in on the cheap, so Karen got herself a bunch of side events to play.
She won the package, did she? The 500 package.
Won a bunch of those and gave them a will. Didn't have any success. She said, "So now I'm here playing Omaha."
Oh well, let's wish her some success now. I should just make it clear that obviously this isn't enough action for Ian and Simon. They are both playing open face Chinese on their phones as well.
That's kind of just what they do, isn't it?
Yeah. In fairness, they play it when they're at work, so they're going to play it when they're playing on the poker table, I'm sure.
Obviously, if their bosses are tuning in and watching, they really do.
That's good
really do.
Right, now we actually have a pre-flop raise from Simon. It's been limped from Ken, and it appears that Simon's made it 2,000, and it's folded around, and now Ken's making the call. And obviously the advantage of Simon, he's now got the lead in the pot. He's built up a pot. He's calling for a deuce. And he receives a deuce of clubs, the Jack of Diamonds and the 8 of Hearts. And Ken checks to Simon, who continuation bets 2,500. And Ken quickly calls.
Both Ken and Simon are also part of the D-Gens Poker Tour, a group of guys that regularly play APAT events.
Just cut in there, we've got an absolute brick on the turn, which is a 6 of spades. It's gone check. Simon feels that it might help him if he covers Ken's eyes.
It's the 8 of Hearts on the river. So it's Ken and Simon, top of your screen. Mano et mano, or something along those lines. They're both kind of counting chips, and no, they go check.
So Simon has.
Simon's got
it's quite hard to determine who has what as Simon wants to throw the cards away. But I think Ken has got their in on the river.
So two pair
for Ken.
2 pair for Ken on the river.
Although having said that, Ken actually made a 2 pair on the turn, which beat Simon's kings. Simon did very well to actually check that turn.
Simon genuinely doesn't seem that bothered about that. So
no, I'm sure he's not.
So
Simon is threatening to join us with the commentary shortly. I spoke to him just before we got on, and he said he'd love to get involved with the commentary as well. Don't be shy, Simon.
I want him to be involved in the commentary so we can explain the game we were playing till about 4:30 this morning in the casino.
Yeah.
I think they only invited me so I'd keep score for them.
It was very handy having an accountant there. It got very confusing in the end. All of us were scratching our heads, but Lee was able to keep the scoring going.
So it's folded round so far. Round to Linda. Linda's there at the bottom of your screen.
Linda's obviously had quite a bit of success in the mixed games in the APATs down the years.
And has had nice little success in Vegas over the years as well. When she goes out, I think she goes out most years for a trip out to Vegas, and normally makes a cash here or there.
Very good, very nice. Right, now we've reverted to type. We have a limp pot pre with Ian, Linda, and Anthony, and the board is all spades. It's the 4, Jack, and 5. It's check. And Linda's just considering her options. Linda bets up 900. It's enough to get a fold from Anthony.
I can't see Ian folding.
And Ian calls. So we're now heads up to the turn. The turn is the 3 of hearts. Goes check. See, the check should tell Ian quite a lot. I presume that Ian possibly has a set here, and you would think that Linda's possibly either got a very low flush or was just taking a stab at the pot, so we'd expect this one to go towards Ian.
And it's gone check.
Oh, no, Ian has actually still... Yep. Ian's got the flush with the 10-7.
Ian flopped the flush, Jack high flush with a 10 play, and that's good enough to take that down. Now, having seen Linda's hand she's just getting down to showdown and seeing where she's at. There's no real point in her betting.
No.
There.
I mean, and Ian can obviously feel more confidence the hand progresses. His 10 flush is good. Obviously, if Linda's got a strong flush herself, he'd expect to see a bet on the turn. And I dare say, had we seen the bet on the turn, Ian would have folded. But obviously, that's always easy to say when we see the cards at the end.
But a poker hand is always about telling a story, and the minute that story doesn't flow as it should do, it gives your opponent information as to where they possibly stand in the hand. So it's because of the missed bet in the middle of the hand. That's meant that there's no way can she actually then try and make any move on the river.
Absolutely. It would actually be an interesting spot if you did have it to bet flop, check turn, bet river, and get someone to call you down lighter on the river who would have folded to the bet on the turn, just misrepresenting the strength of your hand. Based on the fact that Ian had checked the turn and checked the river, if Linda's got a king or queen flush, you can happily bet it.
So it's Matt betting at this time.
And we are 5-handed to the flop, I believe, Lee?
We are. Oh, actually, I tell a lie. So it was Simon that opened the action under the gun.
Limping, just a limp. It's in 300.
Yeah, Limp's made the call, and the blinds are in as well. So we're going to see a flop.
So it's the king of diamonds, the 2 of spades, and the queen of hearts.
Checks its way round. Matt says, "What's the pot?" and bets the 4,000. And Ian and Ken both fold, so just Simon remaining. Simon says, give it to him. So it's Rob under the gun this time. I mean, Rob's been sat here reading The Economist.
Yes, it's
quite merrily going about his business. Not really seen him involved in many hands so far.
No, well, unfortunately for Rob, obviously he's nursing a short stack, so he needs to pick his spots now. He can't really be splashing around in too many pots. Although, we've got Karen.
Another one who's been quite quiet at the feature table so far.
Again, hindered by the shorter stack. Ian folds the button, Ken completes, and Simon is considering his option. And checks. So we're going to go see a flop four-handed. And we check round to the turn, which is the Jack of Hearts. Again, no one really showing much interested in this pot. So we will check round to the River, which is the King of Hearts. And it's checked around to Anthony.
4 players, someone's going to win it. I'll let you work it out, Chris.
Simon Brooke wins with the Ace-Jack for 2 pair.
Ace-Jack is enough, so he's got the ace kicker. Anthony also
he had
a
Jack,
Jack
but
there
only
as
with
well.
the Queen. So yep, that's enough for Simon to take the pot there.
Easy game. So for those at home, Chris, that maybe are going, what's going on here? They're getting dealt 4 cards. I normally play No Limit Hold'em.
Yes.
Give us a quick rundown of Omaha.
Okay, well, it's a simple format. You instead get dealt 4 cards, and you must make sure that you use 2 cards from your hand. So if the board was showing 4 clubs and you just had the ace of clubs in your hand, you would not have a flush. Omaha is either a limit or pot limit game. In this instance, we're playing pot limit. And that's about the size of it.
It's probably the easiest variant to learn after once you've played No Limit Hold'em, I guess, for players that want something a little bit different.
It would often be, it's the gateway to mixed games for most players. They're most likely to go from No Limit to pot limit Omaha and then potentially play some other games. But it does have many fundamental differences with Hold'em. Obviously, hand strengths change massively.
So Anthony limps from seat 8 to the left of the dealer as you're looking. Ian comes along for the ride in seat 1, as does Ken on the button in seat 2.
Brooksy completes, and now
Simon completes. So option on Rob.
And Rob has just
Rob
announced pot,
says
I believe.
pot.
So that
Just as we were saying that he's not really been involved in anything, he's seen an opportunity here. Now this potentially could be what we call a squeeze spot, wouldn't we?
I would say it's incredibly unlikely based on what we have seen so far.
But obviously for squeeze spots is when you've got a number of players that have limped into a pot and you see an opportunity just to make a maximum raise.
Absolutely, to take advantage of all the blinds in there from no one who's really showed a great deal of interest.
But as Chris says, Rob has been so quiet at the table so far. It's probably very difficult for him to not have a strong hand here. For him to just all of a sudden have made this move.
He has actually been called, so we will get to see.
So
presuming they don't fold to the
Anthony's
600.
made the call from C8. So we're going to see a flop. 2 players to the flop.
Ken has 1100 behind, so I think it's safe to say it's all going in on the flop. Ken is all in blind for his last 1100.
So once we see a flop, I think Anthony's going to be making a call.
The board is 6 of clubs, 10 of hearts, 7 of hearts.
Obviously, he's already reaching for chips to work out how much it is, because there's no way is he not making the call here. So we'll then get cards on their backs.
Okay,
Here it goes.
Yeah. So the players turn over the cards.
So dealer will set this up so we can see what's going on.
Just double suited aces and kings.
So I'll just let Chris talk through this before we see a turn.
Anthony has the ace queen 10 6 of spades.
Dealer,
so
bit more to the left with those one, please.
So Anthony is actually winning with 2 pair here. But we've got Ken's got hearts. He can see a 7 ace or king.
Okay then, let's see a turn.
Yes, you need to get that hand in the picture. What a
there
beautiful hand that is.
Here we go then. Let's see a turn.
And there's a full house for Anthony. So Ken needs one of the remaining 2 kings or remaining 2 aces, or 1 ace in fact. 10-6 takes the pot. Very unfortunate for Ken there with a lovely starting
We lose
hand.
Rob from the table.
And I think that hand in itself shows the brutalness that is pot limit Omaha. So we've got a hand that's in great shape, pre-flop, and it gets ironed out by a hand that even Anthony himself says he doesn't particularly like.
No,
but he's a short stack,
yeah.
and that's obviously where Ken's at risk. He's he's going to find people trying to call like that, just trying to accumulate some chips. So having
so we lose Rob. This is the point. Is it's tough, isn't it? You know, he sat there, played.
Ken or Rob? Ken or Rob? Oh, shit, I'm
So that's the unfortunate thing there. We lose Rob. He's sat and played. Well, is that was that the first hand he possibly played?
I think it was. Yes.
Yeah, and gets it in with a nice hand.
Yes.
Very, very nice looking hand, but unfortunately it's so easy to get undone.
Absolutely. We now have the big blind only, which is Linda. It's folded round to Ian. And Ken who folds. Now Simon on the button. And Simon limps, giving Linda the option. And Linda decides to pot. Simon's now thinking. Ian's laughing at him at the table. Simon has just been prostituted by where are names on the screen?
So we've been joined in the commentary area by Mark Porter, another one of the of Team Gotham. He was also playing this. Unfortunately, Mark, I'm guessing that means you bust as well.
Yes, game over.
So I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Chris and Mark to talk us through this for a little while. So over to you, boys.
Okay, right. So we start the action with the dead button. Linda's in the small and Matt in the big blind. I specifically asked Lee for a written list of the players' names, but barely remember my own name. Ian has raised to 2,000. Appears Ken's folded. Simon asked for a count. Simon shrugs his shoulders and chucks in a call. As does the big blind. See our way to a flop of the 3 of hearts, the ace of clubs, and the 4 of clubs. It's a check from Matt. Ian checks as well. And as does Simon. So we're coming to a turn, which is the jack of spades. And Ian has bet 3,000. Simon postures with his chips. And then folds. As does Matt. And Ian's won a pot. Simon fishes for some information. Ian's having none of it. Oh, my lovely assistant Lee has passed me a list of all the players' names now, which is very helpful. So how did the, obviously this one didn't go very well for you, Mark.
No.
We actually were on the same table to begin with, and I think it went the same way for both of us. I'm sure. I know that you were down to 5k when you came back on the break.
Yeah, it was down to 5k. A quick double up after the break, and then all in with a queens, king, jack hand against aces, and don't get there.
Can I assume that the guy with the huge chip stack was running over the table?
Still got lots, yeah. Yeah, he's knocked out a couple of people since the break, so he's big.
Yep. Simon petulantly limps in for 800. And Karen's asking for the pot. Looks like she's going to raise. Raise to 2,800. And Simon makes the call. Both got about a pot size stack behind. As we have a new player joining the table in the middle. Seems to be well chipped up. Anyway, back to the hand. We see a flop of king of diamonds, queen of clubs, 3 of diamonds. And Karen bets 2,500. And Simon passes. So Karen wins her first pot since we've been here. It's a nice one, gives her a much needed lifeline. We've been joined at the table by Martin. Martin's, how much are you playing there, Martin? About 60,000. So it's looking good for Martin at the moment.
Simon now very short stacked with just about 6k back. We have the 5 of spades exposed. Folds around to Matt on the button, who pots.
Matt raises to pot on the button. And Anthony calls in the big blind. So we've got 2 of the larger stacks in the spot here now. And we see a flop of the 7 of hearts, ace of clubs, 6 of clubs. Options on Anthony. Anthony checks. And Martin reaches for chips. It's 3,200. Apologies, it's not Martin, it was Matt. Until he looks pained and gives it up. Just had another blind increase, 612 now. Simon at this point will just be looking for an opportunity to get his meagre stack in. Although, as I understand it, he was incredibly short in the Raz, and he managed to turn it into a second place. So he knows that it's not all over yet. As it happens, we've folded round. Oh no, apologies. Martin has limped, and it's folded round to Ian in the big blind, who checks. So we have a flop of the 5 of clubs, the 2 of hearts, and the 7 of hearts. Quick check from both players. The turn is the king of clubs. Ian checks and Martin is reaching. The bet is 3,200. Ian's strongly considering a call, but in the end he's folded. I'll pass you back to Lee for a moment and I'll be back shortly.
Thanks very much, Chris. It's got a bit slow. It's slowed down a little bit. We've had one exit. How was your table?
Very surprised.
Yeah, how was your table earlier on, Mark?
It was good, apart from I had Chris 2 to my right, which was not ideal.
So how have you both managed to bust on that table then? That's extraordinary.
Yeah, it's quite a fast tournament early on.
So we've got 51 players of the 96 left. Blinds levels are 20 minutes up until level 13, and then we go up to 30-minute levels. So this hand we've got Ian Witt in the small blind, Ken McBride in the big blind. It's Simon, top of the pots, Brooke to act first. He says as much as I can. I'm assuming he means pot. 4,200 is the bet. How difficult do you find it, Mark, to calculate the pot sizes on this?
Virtually impossible, despite having a maths A level. Especially after 5 days of poker, the brain is not operating as it once was, so I leave it up to the dealer.
Which is quite fine. You can just say to the dealer, pot, and he will tell you what it should be. So Anthony's made the call here, so we're going to see a flop. 2 players to the flop. What are we looking at, Mark?
We have got the Queen of Hearts, 3 of Hearts, 8 of Hearts, and all heart
So
board.
Simon's all in. I can't see how Anthony can't call here. It's for 2,100. And he says he makes the call, so let's get in there and see what we've got.
So Simon flops the nut flush.
And Anthony's pretty much drawing dead here, Mark. Yeah.
Pretty much dead. Yeah.
What's he looking for? He's looking for a runner 7.
Yeah. Yeah. He needs to find.
I didn't see what his other card is there.
His other cards aren't going to help him. He needs to find.
It needs to be runner 7 or
7
or a boat. Yeah.
Queen 7-3.
Yeah.
7 8.
It's going to save him.
Needs to find a 7.
We'll see what the turn is.
There's the 8.
That gives options for Anthony. 8 or a 7. 3 on the river, and it's a double up for Simon Brooke. He had a bit of a sweat there, though. It wasn't easy.
No, especially after flopping the absolute nuts.
We've also got Lucy in the live stream area, blogging on apat.com/forum. Go and search for the live update section where you'll see blogs from Lucy every single day of the week. How's it going, Lucy?
What? Sorry.
How's it going? Every day I say to you, how's it going, Lucy?
It's going that well. Yeah, it's going good. Yeah, it's been good.
Yeah. Excellent stuff. So we've got day 1B of the main event taking place at the same time here. 193 runners in that, so that's 393 in total for the main event, making a prize pool just shy of £40,000, which will be dished out tomorrow on the day 2. They'll be playing through till about 11 o'clock tonight, roughly. But we're going to be sticking with the pot limit at Omaha right to its conclusion.
Under the gun raises to 2,400. Folds around to Matt, who makes the call. Looks like Anthony's going to come along as well. And he does call. Around to Simon in the big blind, who getting a good price. Looks like he will call as well. So we'll go 4 ways to the flop. And the flop is the 7 of diamonds, 10 of clubs, 2 of clubs. Simon checks. Martin will c-bet into 3 people. Makes it 4,800. Matt's furrowed his brow and looks interesting, but then he decides to fold. Aaron folds. Simon has potted, and he's been called, so we are hands on the backs.
So Simon's all in. They're on the backs. Mark, give us what's what.
Martin had raised pre. He's called in 3 spots. Simon in the big blind. Martin c-bet, and
so
Simon has jammed.
Martin's got the nut flush draw.
And Simon has top set. So Simon is ahead, but any club that is not a 7, but Simon's got the 7, so.
So really, Simon just wants to see the board paired here, just to get this over with.
Or
we're going to see a turn card. Let's go, dealer.
Turn card's a king of spades.
That's a safe card.
Very safe card.
Just needs to avoid a club.
And he does avoid a club.
And that is enough. And it's another double up for Simon Brooke.
So Simon makes 2 pretty quick double ups in quick succession, and will now feel like he's got a playable stack again.
And he's, you can see Simon at the top of your screen there, just very relaxed, laid back in his chair. Having a quick chat to Chris
Simon's
Webber.
always had a very relaxed demeanour at the table, almost the opposite.
He actually has a demeanour.
Yeah,
wow.
yeah.
Who'd have thought it? So, well, we're getting a bit more room in the streaming area now because they've just broken the main event table, which was behind us. So that's good. Means we can stretch our legs a bit further back now, which is all what we like. So next hand is going to see Ken on the button, and Simon in the small blind, Martin in the big. Chris has joined us back, so we're now a trio.
Don't call us a three-way.
No. I was thinking what to say for a minute, and I went for trio in the end.
I think you made a good choice. Right, so the
obviously we've got with us. So we've got our 2 pot limit Omaha experts with us doing the commentary here, Chris Webber and Mark Porter. Both have already busted this tournament, but that means
it's a strong recommendation. Yes.
Yeah, and it's a very short stack tournament, so you can't read anything into that at all.
Nothing whatsoever.
Nothing at all.
So we've got Matt.
Is that Linda's? No, we've got Matt's limped. As has Ken on the button.
Martin's already. Actually, no. Martin's
in the big blind.
Martin's on the big blind. So it is Matt. Matt's limped in, and Ken on the button is in as well. So is Simon from the small blind, and Martin checks. So we're going to see 4-handed to a flop.
The flop comes the 3 of spades, the 4 of clubs, and the king of diamonds.
Checks around. Not really much of an interesting board, Mark.
No, quite a boring board. I'm interested to see what Simon does here, because there's a very good chance that he'll be playing the rush, given that he's won the last couple of hands. He'll then find it quite hard to fold for a little while, I expect.
So Martin's made it 3,600, sorry. Matt folds, round to Ken on the button. The far right of your screen.
Ken is reaching for a call, and does. Simon folds.
That's how good Mark's running at the moment. Calls that one wrong.
That's fine. I mean, it's early days, you know. I'm still getting my reads in.
We have the jack of clubs that's fallen on a turn. And
Martin's reaching for chips again. How many this time there, Chris?
Looks to be about 68, 67. Nope, 58.
58. 5,800 is the bet.
And Ken folds. And Martin gets to add to his already sizable stack. Okay. We have 45 players left now. The average is 32,000. Got another 5 minutes on this level, and we will be going up to 8:16. So.
I was just explaining to Mark how it's sometimes difficult. I can never tell whether Chris is always talking because he keeps his mic very close and manages. It must. Have you ever ventriloquist earlier life or something? Yeah.
It's funny you should say that. Now go on, Mark. What?
I would probably just assume that Chris is always talking.
Hey.
Go from there, basically.
Fair enough. I like it. I like it. So we've got exposed card there.
Yep.
So explain what happens when we get an exposed card, Chris.
So the dealing continues, and the player whose card was exposed actually receives the burn card, and the exposed card becomes the burn card itself. It's shown to all the players, and we just continue from there. Now we have a limp from Matt under the gun, fold from Karen, and Anthony makes the call.
I'm really tempted to go and get a name badge for Matt because Chris seems to struggle trying to remember his name.
Lee, if it was up to me, everyone would wear a name badge all the time. Oh, we appear
I'll
to
pop the
have...
names back up on the screen for you to help you out.
And I'd appreciate that.
Then you're on a 1 in 3 chance of being on the right bit when you need to look.
Yes. Anyway, back to the game. Ian has raised, it appears, to 7,000. Simon is toying with him, but will fold and does.
Now, obviously, you guys know Ian's game very well. Is this just?
I don't think even Ian knows
spot?
Ian's game very
oh,
well.
Really? Okay. Is this just a good spot for him to be doing this?
I would be.
I'd be surprised if he had a weak hand here. I think.
I would be amazed if he had a weak hand.
Yeah, I think it's fairly likely that he's going to have a decently strong, possibly a big pair, lots of Broadway cards.
Desperately want this hand to play out now, so we can find out.
Unfortunately, it hasn't. Ian's folded.
I'm sure Ian recognises the value of a rundown, so he could have a 10-9-8-7.
Yep.
But obviously, when he's made the pot bet, he's left himself less than pot behind. Obviously, that's the nature of his stack, so I think we can comfortably assume he does have a strong hand. But as we saw earlier, when Anthony made the call with the Ace-Queen 10-6, you know, however far behind the hand is, it can catch up. So,
but as you say, it's at that point where you've got to be thinking ahead in the hand when you make the bet pre-flop to say, well, actually, in a way, you're effectively, although you can't go all in, but effectively you're as good as committing that. Is that a fair thing? So a good Omaha player would see that and understand what that bet meant.
Yeah, I think as soon as Ian makes that bet, he is never folding once he puts that portion of his stack in. So. And I think the original raiser will recognise that and will be forced to fold some of his weaker hands.
So we folded round, well, I say folded round under the gun. Karen has folded, and now Anthony has made it 2,400, a minimum raise. We've had a fold from Ian, and it appears as Ken has folded. Simon is considering. And Simon makes the call. Martin on the button folds, and it's now to Linda in the small blind, who also folds.
Matt's getting so much value here that you've just got to. He's surely just.
Well,
you've got to see a flop, surely.
You've got to be careful. You have got to be careful.
It's a dangerous game, I suppose.
Yeah.
So here comes the flop.
And we have the 7 of diamonds, the 4 of hearts, and the king of spades.
Again, I'm slightly disappointed by that flop.
What sort of flops are you hoping for, Lee?
Well, stuff with like at least 2 of the same suit and a bit of Broadway or a paired board or something.
So you want the wetter the board, the better.
Wow, just makes for good streaming. That's looking a bit more like it. That's getting there.
Yes, we've got the ace of diamonds come on the turn.
It's brought in some flush draws and some gut shot straight draws.
Gone check though.
And we have an absolute brick on the river, which is the 9 of clubs. So there's always a board you love to see when you've got pocket aces yourself.
Simon's kind of staring Anthony down here.
Yeah, I think this is... So the river's a brick.
Anthony is just looking down. He's not even making eye contact.
I think Anthony decided not to bet the turn. The river has not changed the board at all, and now he has decided to bet. So
we've still got Matt in the hand as well. So whatever Simon does here, there's still Matt in the big blind who checked originally on this river.
I think there is a good chance that Simon will be thinking that Aaron is stabbing at this pot.
But we have got a fold
he has folded.
Feels like Simon has
so
a
Anthony
one
just
pair
got one
hand,
more to
an
get
ace
through,
queen
to get
for
through
us.
this.
Would you would have expected Simon to have
And
bet
he
that on the
does.
turn. So yes, Anthony takes the pot. So yeah, the dealer's just announced we're now up to blinds of 800, 1600. And yep, there are average of 32,000. So the average stack is 20 big blinds.
So Chris, when you described the river card there as a brick.
Yeah, well, a brick is essentially a card that doesn't bring anything in, and you know there were some straight draws and flush draws that Mark alluded to. We had some gut shots on the wheel and on Broadway, and the 9 of clubs fills none of those, and it doesn't hit the diamond draw. So, yep.
Which I think is why Simon was then contemplating a call, because Anthony doesn't bet the turn and then decides to bet a river that doesn't really change the board. So the 9 of clubs is unlikely to improve Anthony's hand.
To me it feels like Anthony's potentially two paired up on the end with a king 9.
Yeah,
He can conceivably check an ace 9 rag
he's then
on
feeling comfortable
the
to turn value bet his 2 pair. Which he maybe doesn't feel comfortable doing on the turn with all the draws out there.
With Simon's deliberation, it feels like Simon may have had a very poor 2 pair made by the 9 himself, and recognises that when Anthony's bet, Anthony's 2 pair is likely to be higher.
So we're going to be 3-handed to this flop. So Martin limped, and it's Matt and Karen in the blinds.
It's checked round now to Martin, and checks as well. So we see a turn. Turn is the 7 of hearts.
See again a disappointing flop, but I'm liking the turn a little bit more.
Yes, the turn brings a lot of opportunities. Plenty of straight draws. Now we have a flush draw, and Matt responds with a bet on the turn of 3,300.
And it looks like he's going to get called.
Karen's not got much left behind there, I don't think. Is that just one blue at the bottom of that, Chris? So
it is, yes. So what we can absolutely determine is that Karen does not have a straight. At that point, if the board bricks and comes high like a king or a jack, Matt can just bet and know the Karen will fold.
What a river card.
But of course that's irrelevant now because the river card is the 6 of hearts. You have to feel that this has hit Karen.
Yeah, that's got to be a great card for Karen. Matt checks.
And Karen does indeed move in.
Yeah, so there we go. So
and Matt's fully aware of deducing that Karen must have the flush there.
Nice hand for Karen. Been really, kind of played the odd hand, but not really got involved in anything in any much depth there. And then that was pretty much fairly committed.
Absolutely.
For a stack, wasn't she?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It would have been interesting to see what Matt's would have done had the ball come a jack or a king. Yeah. Something that brings nothing in. Even if Martin's missed his draw, if Matt's has missed his draw, let's say he has a straight draw, it feels like a great river for him to just put Karen all in. Because Karen would surely get it all in on the flop if she had the made hand herself, on the turn because she has the made hand herself.
So what we're saying is that was his spot to win that hand if it was
if he'd missed his own draw, but we know that Karen's missed her draw as well, then absolutely that's a perfect spot for us to bluff the river.
The fact that he's effectively let us see a free.
No. Matt has bets on the turn, and Karen has only called.
Yeah.
Right. So let's say Matt's leading with a draw himself that misses, i.e. there's plenty of straight draws out there. Yeah. He can still happily bet river knowing that it's going to be incredibly difficult for Karen to call. Matt's telling a story that I've got a straight already perhaps.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. And it's back to what we were saying earlier on about telling the story and making sure you see it through.
Absolutely. But it's also about working out and evaluating when that story has to change based on the texture of the board and what your opponent has.
So, Simon raising it up here
to 3,200. Say as as the blinds do get bigger, the players more often will reduce their opening raise size, simply because the players do want to be as deep as possible still to give them the most opportunity to manoeuvre within the hand.
It's an interesting one there, just looking at Anthony's making a decision on what to do, and he looked to his right looking at the blinds who'd both already folded. I don't know if he hadn't noticed they'd folded or whether he just wasn't sure who was in the hand, but he's made the call, so it's going to be 2 players to a flop.
And we have a flop of Lee's Dreams, the 10 of clubs, the Jack of diamonds, and
That's
the 9
it.
of diamonds.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's it. That's
Feels
a
like
proper
a strong action flop.
So Anthony's checked, yeah?
Yes, let's check to
Simon
Simon
fires
and
out.
3,500.
Nonchalantly flicks, I thought, yeah?
Yeah, Simon tends to go for a flick usually rather than a push.
Ian generally seems to just go for a fold.
Yeah, obviously the key is to balance your flicking and pushing actions, which I think Simon looks like he's got nailed down, and he wins.
He does have this laid-back attitude at the table. It's very much just, I'm going to lean back, stack my chips.
He's almost the exact opposite of Ian, who
Is
looks
uptight, stressed,
very
tired,
agitated. at the
agitated.
table.
He's not rising to the bait, unfortunately.
No.
He's
Now,
completely
Ian-
ignoring us.
Ian has a collection of T-shirts that he always seems to wear to poker events, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, I think they're just his T-shirts actually. In general, I think he's got a collection of 4 or 5 that he just wears.
Oh, poor Ian. We do love Ian. We absolutely love him.
So Ian, the aforementioned Ian, is in the big blind this time, so it's going to be Ken to act first. Top of your screen there, in the blue shirt. And I think he's reaching for some chips, he is. And it's a raise to 3,200 from Ken.
Simon thinks better of it and folds to the button. And it's now folded to Ian on the big blind. And Ian makes the call, so we're heads up to the flop. The flop is the Jack of Spades, the 8 of Spades, and 6 of Hearts. Ian's first to act and checks. That's a 4,000 continuation bet from Ken. It looks like Ian might be interested in this pot here, but no.
So continuation bet is when the player that's
The pre-flop
starts
raiser.
part of the action or pre-flop raiser bets out on the flop, yeah?
Absolutely, yep. And opposite to that is the donk bet, as we would refer to it. So, for example, if Ian had let out on that board, it would be known as a donk bet. But yeah, in this case, the continuation bet got through and the hand was over.
A donk's not necessarily a good thing, no?
It's a term that was originally coined because it went against the convention of checking to the pre-flop raiser, but now it's a weapon that can be very well utilised by players. It's not an insult at all, the donk lead. It's simply the name.
Just you were talking about Ian, so I assumed that there was...
Well, it's an easy mistake to make. But I think we should lay off Ian now because I feel quite bad.
I mean, to be fair, usually a donk bet from Ian is not going to be great, but...
As long as you balance your checking or your donk betting, obviously you don't want to be known that you're always going to be just donking with a flush draw. You do need to mix it up, but it can certainly be used effectively.
So it's folded around to Karen. And then, so we're blind on blind, Ian and Ken. How does Ian play this?
Ian
He has
just
limp the small blind. and Ken has checked behind.
It's all
So
playing.
a passive start to the hand, but that could quickly change.
It's another board for Lee. It's the 6-8 of diamonds and a queen of hearts, but it's gone check.
This isn't going to get busy, is it?
No.
It seems very unlikely.
It feels like we need a straight flush and an ace-high flush.
It's going to be checked to the river, which brings the 4th diamond, the 10 of diamonds. Ian checks. Ken's going to check whether he can make anything.
Ken shows a 2-pair. Ian rues the lack of a bet from himself, and Ken takes the pot.
So we've got 90 players left in the main event, day 1B. They're currently playing blinds at 400, 800 with a 100 running ante.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic turnout. Over the course of the 2 days, we've had 393 players, I believe. Only 7 short of the capacity of 400.
Yeah, so just going to be just shy of a £40,000 prize pool for that event. Those that are unfortunate not to have made it through to day 2 tomorrow, they've still got a couple of events to go. There's Heads Up tomorrow and Cash Championship as well, being played tomorrow.
Do we have the amended times, Lee, just so we can...
And Irish Tom has just said, don't forget about the Irish. So there must be an Irish now. So Irish tournament, guys, quickly. Irish, anyone?
It's Chris's favourite tournament.
Okay, Irish. It's an odd one in the sense that there are very many different variations, but the one that APAT play and that's played here at Aspers is it's a pot limit pre-flop. You're dealt 4 cards. You will see the flop, and which points the betting becomes no limit. And after the flop, before the turn, the players discard 2 of their cards, and it will play on like no limit.
Good. Hope you're making notes at home.
Right, we've had Anthony limp the cutoff. Anthony's limped the cutoff. Ian has limped the button. Ken has completed, and it appears that Simon has checked. This table's still really sort of waiting to just get going at the moment. Everyone's still feeling each other out. Possibly a poor choice of words. And we have a flop, 2 queens, the Queen of Hearts and the Queen of Diamonds, with the 8 of Spades. And it's checked all the way around again. We're nothing if not consistent on this table. And the 3 of Spades drops on the turn. Looks like Anthony's now going to have a poke and bets 2,500. The 3 did bring the flush draw in spades.
Again, a reasonably similar situation to the hand that we saw previously, where the turn card doesn't really change the board at all, and Anthony decides to bet, and Simon's made the call.
And we see a 4 of Hearts drop on the river. And Simon now bets out 4,000.
And Anthony folds quickly.
Now, do we think that Anthony having a stab at it on the turn has given maybe Simon information, and therefore the better on the river is thinking actually he doesn't think the river card makes a lot of difference, and thinks Anthony was having a stab at it, so therefore has put a heavy bet in?
Yeah, I mean, it's very capable of doing that. I mean, to be honest, the bet isn't even that heavy. It's actually quite a small bet, but you know, Simon's repping a lot more strength than Anthony is. Yeah. Well, I'd say that. The fact is Anthony's not any strength.
It was the
speed
of Anthony's folds as if straight away bang.
Sure.
Yeah, I think Anthony was just stabbing on that turn, expecting to see folds from most hands that haven't played a disguised queen.
In a way, Simon's played that very well, because the chances are if he'd have checked, Anthony's probably checking behind. Then he's having to show cards. He's not giving any information away there.
Well, you'd have to assume that Simon actually is either absolutely bluffing, has just reverse floated, or Simon actually has filled up, and he's trying to get a value from a hand that Anthony can make a mistake with.
You know what's coming next, don't you?
Yes.
You've just mentioned reverse floating.
Okay, so floating, as I'm sure people know, in a conventional sense, is when a player calls on one street with the intention of taking the pot away on a later street. and floating will occur when the player is in position. Reverse floating is a little bit more of advanced play, and it involves calling out of the position with the intention of taking the pot away.
Thank you very much. So I think it's a pot size bet from Matt.
Yep. Matt's back in again. Matt with a bet of 4,200. So a little under pot. And it's folded around to Martin, who makes the call from the big blinds.
He's been away from the table for maybe the last five minutes or so. He's probably missed a few hands, but just back.
Yep. So we've got a nice pot developing here now, and we're about to see a flop of 8 of spades, 7 of clubs, and the king of hearts.
Flop goes check, check. You see the jack of diamonds on the turn. And this time Martin's going to bet out.
And he bets 5,200. This is a great spot for Martin to bet, based on the fact that you would have expected the 9-10 of Matt, but Matt has in fact raised.
Matt's grabbed some big chips.
And Martin looks like he's called pretty quickly.
Okay, so we do have our first genuinely large pot developing
So
on the table.
Matt's raised that back up to 12,000, and Martin pretty much snap called it. Here comes the river.
We see a deuce of diamonds on the river. I believe Martin has checked.
So it's Matt to the left of your screen there with the glasses on, just reaching for some more chips. Here he goes again.
And he bets 9,300.
Does that feel like
It feels like a value bet, Lee. It feels that for the raise on the flop, it does feel like a 9-10.
He's about 11,000 behind after making that bet.
I think he's trying to get a crying call from a set or a 2 pair, and he wants to make his bet small enough.
So you think he knows where he is? And
well, it feels like to raise that flop, he has to have 9-10. Sorry, to raise that turn, 9-10 has to fill a big part of his range there, or sets that are not concerned by the 9-10. As soon as he does just get called, he now can assume that his opponent has 2 pair or a set himself. Now, if he has a 9-10, he wants to get called.
The deuce on the river pretty much just
that's perfect card
where he's at, and therefore he's so it's very much now a value bet, looking looking for somebody to.
Yeah.
So Linda's in the big blind this time. She's been very quiet, very, very passive. Haven't seen much of her at this feature table. Let's see whether.
So I said though, Linda's very experienced in the mixed games. So
she's
I'm sure she knows what she's doing.
Playing about 16k, I think.
16,000 at the moment.
And 90 pence in coins. I don't think that counts, does it?
No. Fold round to Ian, who is reaching for chips.
Sound the alarm.
Is that standard when it's folded round to you?
No.
No. An unusual sight to see Ian reaching for chips.
It's an unusual sight to see Ian with chips. But he does indeed have chips on this occasion, and makes a
Ian
pot bet
here
to 5,600. Now again, based on Ian's stack size, that's all he can do. He wants to get as much of his money in pre-flop. He's selected a strong starting hand, and he's now got to go with it. So he wants to get as much money in there.
Now, would you guys say that for those that play Omaha online, possibly the biggest difficulty when switching from online to live Omaha play is the fact that you don't have that pot button to just make that bet? You've got to properly work out where you are.
Well, this is it though. But the fact is, you can ask the dealer what pot is, and then obviously from that tailor the size of your bet. I mean, obviously in No Limit Hold'em, you don't have that information. But
does that give you? So let me ask you both, because you've played a bit of Omaha. So if you're sat at a table with players you don't know, and somebody there is constantly asking what the pot is, do you therefore make that assumption they're possibly inexperienced Omaha players? So it's a tell in a way as to how much experience they've got.
I think that's fair to say. A player who is consistently betting pot as well as a tell of inexperience, because you simply don't need to bet pot. People get so fearful of getting drawn out in Omaha. Now, obviously, it is a draw-heavy game, but it's also about a board reading game. So a stronger player wants to make their stacks as deep as possible.
So we've had another exposed card there.
The 9 of diamonds has been exposed. We carry on.
So as Chris explained earlier, that becomes the burn card.
So right now we have Karen, who has made it 5,000, I believe, under the gun.
So that's back to what you were just saying, Chris, about it not needing to put a pot.
Not needing to be potted at all. No, we have actually gone up to blinds of 1,000, 2,000 now. So it's just a 2.5x raise from Karen. Now from that position, her maximum is 3.5. And
Karen's going to get it through.
As we can see,
doesn't it just go to show that that size bet sometimes can do as good a job as a pot size bet?
Absolutely, depending on. Sorry, Mark, please.
Yeah. People are just going to be far less likely to peel their big blind, so there is no need to make it such a big bet. You can get away with, a 5,000 bet or even smaller. I'd probably go a little bit smaller.
It's an interesting point there, because whilst I would normally advocate a smaller bet based on Karen's stack size, she actually should probably be veering near a pot just so that she can get her stack in on the flop. So she actually.
So again, it's thinking about further down the street. Yeah?
Absolutely.
How long?
Mark has been sent on an errand by Simon.
So Mark's just popped out the commentary area for a minute.
Mark did ask Simon when did he want him to go, and Simon's response was whenever, but now. So yes, Mark has left the building. We'll be back shortly. So it's left with me and Lee.
And Lucy. We've got Lucy here blogging as well. Quietly, though.
Quietly blogging, yes, very quietly. Furiously writing down. Okay, right, so the action now, it's folded round to Martin in the cutoff, who has made it a raise of 5,600, which has been called by Matt in the small blind. And we're going to go heads up to a flop. Okay, so yeah, we're heads up to the flop. The board is the 9 of hearts, the 10 of hearts, and the 8 of diamonds. Once again, I can see Lee is frothing at the mouth. He does love lots of draws and possibilities, certainly for commentary.
The other thing that I tend to see quite happen a lot at tables is players that are constantly back looking at their cards, because obviously you've got 4 cards, and are there tells there when maybe it comes down with a flush draw and they're back looking at their cards again, saying, have I got 2 of those, or
Absolutely, but the fact is that you want to be careful assigning sort of just a blanket tell to people, because you need to look at certain people may do a specific thing with their cards. 2 people may do a specific thing with their cards when it means entirely different things. So you need to, that is where paying attention is so important. If you can spot something like that, it obviously gives you a huge advantage, but you don't want to necessarily just make a read on the first time you've seen it, or possibly even the second or third. It's just about building up a sort of a history with that player, with their body language, with their potential physical tells, and taking it from there. But if you're able to deduce that, it's gonna help your game enormously.
So Karen in the small blind, Anthony in the big blind. Actions on Ian.
Ian McSlug.
He folds from seat 1. Ken from seat 2 is out the way. Top of the pots, Simon.
Top of the pot, Simon.
Folds.
Yes, a very impressive run for Simon this last week. We've had a second, a third, and a second for Simon. Unfortunately, not been able to close that out, but he's certainly looking like becoming a force in this one.
Currently 6 points clear at the top of the leaderboard.
And rather remarkably, only 13 points off of the player of the season. So if Simon...
Who wins a trip to Vegas.
Who wins a trip to Vegas, absolutely.
How would you feel about a trip to Vegas, Simon?
Simon, how would you feel about a trip to Vegas?
I'd love a trip to Vegas. I couldn't afford a trip to Vegas otherwise. I can't afford to leave the country. I need to get a passport. I'm just too excited. I don't know.
It seems the being on the feature table is getting to Simon a little bit. He's trying to keep calm. His leg is going crazy under the table.
Does he want to give a shout out to anybody? Yeah.
Well, Lee, by all means, ask him.
Is there anyone you want to say hello to? Yeah.
Just like to say hi to my mum and thank you for giving birth to me. And I think everybody else would like to thank you for giving birth to me.
And
we're going to see a flop.
We should probably get back to the hand in question. I believe Martin has raised pre-flop and had a call from Anthony in the big blind. The flop comes the 3 of hearts, the king of hearts, and the 3 of spades. It's on Anthony. And then Anthony is now donking into this pot for 13,000. Now, I know we were discussing the merits of the donk bet before, and Mark was suggesting that it's not such a valuable tool, but in pot limits Omaha, it does totally change. It's certainly a tool that can be utilised.
Because as Simon lost the hand and folded, I'll bring up the camera fast top. He's now having to restack his chips because he knocked his chip stack over. Made me giggle. Easily pleased me, yeah.
It appears that Simon has now taken the juvenile approach of stacking his chips in 5s just to piss me off. And yeah, he's continuing with it. Yeah.
So Anthony in the small blind, Ian in the big blind. Under the gun is Ken. He folds, as does Simon. Martin
Makes a call.
Linda next. And Linda folds. Round we go to Matt. And Matt makes the call. And Karen folds from the button.
And Anthony completes.
Anthony's going to make it the blind, so we're going to be are we five-handed to
I think we may be four-handed.
Four-handed to the flop. What we got, Chris?
So we've got Anthony in the small, who checks to Ian. Ian checks. And Martin checks, and Matt has bet 6,000. Just the board is the 10 of clubs, the 6 of spades, and the 3 of diamonds. And Anthony's deliberating in the small blind, but lets it go. Ian's being abused by Simon. Ian does fold, but Martin makes the call.
So we're going to be heads up to the turn.
The turn is the jack of spades, and check. And we're greeted with a 9 of diamonds on the river. So Martin's checked, and it's 6,000 from Matt. Martin makes the quick call. And we have one pair of 3s of bluff from Matt, but the straight, the low end for the straight for Martin is enough to take the pot. So Martin wins a nice sized pot there.
And Mark's returned from being errand boy.
Yes, I've been errand boy before, and I expect to be again at some point.
Could I get a beer, please? I've asked Mark for a beer. He's looking at me as if I'm dirt on his shoe. He's probably right.
So Ian in the small, Ken in the big blind, which means it's Simon Brooke to act first.
Martin with a raise to 4,000. And it's folded around to the big blind Ken, who calls the extra 2,000, so we're going to go heads up to the flop. 9k in the... And we have a flop of the Jack of Spades, the 10 of Diamonds, and the King of Clubs.
See, I like that.
Yep, that's another league type flop. It's a 5k continuation bet. And yes, Martin shows us a lovely hand. Flops the flops Broadway with the boat redraw.
Flops the lot, pretty much. I don't know whether anyone else just saw the chip dumping between Ian and Simon there. I think there was ketchup on one of them, but yeah.
Yes, Ian is moving more chips than at any point today from the box in his lap to his mouth.
So, I mean, it's quite interesting now. I mean, those watching at home and us here, we're starting to pick up the dynamic of the type of players we've got at the table and how they're choosing to go about their game here today.
Yeah,
who would you say has been the most active at the table?
I would say possibly the most active would be Anthony. Obviously, Martin's not been here as long as everyone else, but Martin's been more active in an aggressive way. Anthony's sort of feels that as sort of more of a passive player.
Yeah.
I'd certainly say, obviously, Linda seems to be hamstrung by no hands at all, and Linda's not able to play. I know that Linda is, say, quite capable and likes to play some hands, but obviously she just can't be getting anything. Karen, again, is also hindered by a small stack. Ian, joking aside, is just generally a tighter player anyway. It's a table that it's do you think a table like this would suit someone like Ian Lee?
Well, I'd have thought so, but I don't know this game well enough to necessarily know whether that would work or not.
It's an odd one, because if as Ian is going to be playing such a tight, strong range of hands, he's going to want to be. Oh, hang on, we've got 5 players to a flop. We'll get back to that. The board is the Jack of Clubs, the Ace of Diamonds, and the 9 of Clubs. I believe it was actually limped around, so just 5 limps. Simon checks, as does Martin. And it's to Anthony in the cutoff, who's bets 7,500. And that gets a fold from Ken in the small, Brooksy in the big, and from Martin. And now we lose Karen as well. Simon tries to persuade Anthony to show a card. And
I mean, are you ever showing cards?
I would never show cards.
Yeah, virtually never. I used to show cards, and then I met Chris, and I showed him a card, and he told me he was going to punch me in the face. From that point on, we've been on friendlier terms, and I have yet to show a card since that day.
There you go. So that wasn't as lesson learned, yeah?
Yeah. I had to learn a lesson quickly, but I learned it.
The big problem we've got with showing cards, joking aside, is that ultimately, you show cards to elicit a reaction from, or elicit a someone to believe that you play in a certain manner, and then you want to go against that. But the problem becomes later down the line, you then get in an awkward spot and you start to second guess, is it because I've shown this that they're making a move on me? You just make your life a lot more difficult because you're not sure. You can be sure of the information that they've had if you don't show a card or how much they're using it, but you can't be sure when you've shown a card. So it's just something that it just makes your life unnecessarily complicated.
You a little bit of paranoia in your head as to whether they're doing it because
well,
of any information they picked up,
well,
because
it's
of what
not.
you showed them.
Yeah, I mean, I in the past have made calls based on the fact that they've seen me bluffing and showing cards, and then Simon's been very friendly with Martin. He says with a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. See a flop of 2, 5, 7, rainbow. Check, check. The 2 of spades falls on a turn to pair the board. Check, check. And the jack of diamonds on the river. I believe they may have played this hand blind till the river. There it goes, check, check. And it appears that Simon wins the pot with Queen 7. So, Lee, were you able to play any events this series?
Yeah, the only poker I've played so far this year was last night.
I wouldn't call that poker, as fun as it was. Actually, in fair anything, it is poker. Ridiculous numbers of different games of poker.
We were playing flips last night, which involves a high hand, a low hand, a stud hand, and what is known as, I learnt last night, is a Weber. Do you want to explain what a Weber is,
Well, I
Chris?
think I should let Mark explain.
You have to explain it. I mean, you are the namer of the
I am not the namer of the variant. I am the inventor of the variant, and it was named after me. I need to make this clear. This is a fantastic home game for you, for anyone who wants to try and play at home. It's 6 cards Omaha. You play 50% of the pot for the high, and 50% of the pot goes to what the highest cumulative total of a particular suit in your hand is. For example, if you were to have the Jack of Diamonds, the 10 of Diamonds, and the 9 of Diamonds, you would have a Weber of 29. And it creates a lot of action. It's a very fun game to try.
Just fun. Just absolutely fun.
Well, certainly from a flipping, we were just flipping.
We extended that a little bit further,
yeah.
and they made me keep score, which got interesting at some time when it was three-way splits on one hand, 4-way splits on another hand.
Money carrying over from previous flips that were not won because there was no low.
It was
Lee did a very good job. It was impressive.
But it's nothing nicer than being sat around a poker table with a bunch of friends and a few drinks and having a laugh and enjoying playing a game of poker, in whatever variant it might be.
And that, again, I think is that's the strength of APAT. It allows people who wouldn't normally otherwise see each other throughout the year. Obviously, everyone living in different parts of the country, it gives them the opportunity to come together with a shared interest. And
so we're two-handed to this flop.
So we seem to have had quite a bit of money gone in pre. It's Simon Brooke and Martin.
Already a big pot already.
Martin bets 11,000.
Simon seems to be counting out a stack here.
Yeah, he may be
think
trying to work out whether
he
can afford to make a call and not be committing his whole stack.
Having seen none of the pre-flop action, just based on the demeanour of Simon here, I do believe he is folding. Well, we certainly were asking for some bigger hands around the table, and we certainly got one now. If this does go on, it will potentially have the chance to put one of these guys as the chip leader if all the money does find its way in. Simon's still in the tank. He seems genuinely pained.
Chris, do you think this is the sort of spot that if Simon decides to make a call, he's effectively committing his whole stack here?
I don't think Simon can make a call here. I think his options are raise or fold. It's difficult, having not seen any of the pre-flop action. I don't know who took the lead, if Simon opened and was 3-bet or what. Looking at the size of the pot, it would suggest that Simon opened to 4 and was 3-bet to 11.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What sort of hands do you think Simon is going to be dwell folding here?
It's very difficult to be honest.
An ace, some ace X hands.
Yeah, he genuinely seemed pained, so it feels like he's
Yeah,
quite
yeah.
strong. But
Yeah.
the curious note, it wasn't a particularly draw heavy board. Obviously, we had some broadways, gut shots, but I'm sure we'll ask Simon later. He's not very happy at the moment. We appear to have raised the blinds, I think. Let's just... Yep, we're now at 1,500 to 3,000, so the blinds really have kicked on now. We have an average of 48,000, so as you can see, we only have an average stack of 15 big blinds, give or take. Did you open it? Simon has just confirmed for me that he did limp call the raise pre-flop in the previous hand, rather than opening and calling a 3-bet. And as it is, we're on to the next hand. Simon has raised to 7,000. The blinds, as we've discussed, are 1,500, 3,000 now. Linda frustratingly marks her cards. And it's up to Matt in the big blind. And Matt makes the call.
And we see a flop. 9 of spades, 6 of spades, 7 of clubs. That's another Lee board.
It is. It sees a check from Matt and a continuation bet of 8,000 from Simon.
And Matt fairly quickly makes the call. So to go to the turn. It's the 10 of clubs.
So our Lee is literally doing cartwheels behind me. He now gets donked into on the turn for 10k from Matt. And Simon, leading player of the series, Brooks, has moved all in. And curiously, we have a decision about whether to call. It doesn't seem a great deal more for Matt. And he has indeed made the call. Matt with a pair of 9s and the nuts flush draw. Simon with a pair of queens and a queen high spade draw. That's certainly hands I don't think we expected either to have.
No.
Simon was all in there for...
So what we got? So it's Simon's tournament life.
Simon's on the line here. That's absolutely right, yes.
And he needs to avoid.
He needs to avoid quite a bit, yes.
Yeah, a lot of
He
cards.
needs to Any deuce, ace, jack, 9, club, or 8.
This is a big pot.
Now, obviously, Simon, any spade for Simon wins it for him. Simon's looking basically at needing spades, kings, queens, 3s, 4s.
So it's the queens ahead, they're at risk scope.
That's right, yes. And the river is good for Simon. So Simon now certainly with a threatening stack. Big hit to Matt.
How much was the pot there, Chris?
I believe
Give me a rough idea.
it was 20,000 plus. Just bear with me. So that looks like a pot of about 75,000. So now Simon, is a force with 75,000. The average is 51. So he's looking good. But again, as we've established, the blinds have 1,500, 3,000. So Simon still, whilst with a healthy stack, does only have 25 big blinds. Simon, with the excitement of winning that pot, appears to have rushed off to the toilet. I think Simon's a little giddy. Now we have Ian, who has elected to limp in middle position.
And Martin has counted out a raise. Makes it 10,000.
Is Simon expecting you to stack his chips for him whilst he's gone away, Mark?
Very good, very good.
Yeah, I expect he probably does.
Oh, and so we had the raise from Martin to 10,000, and Linda has gone all in for 9,900. Ian is now in a very interesting predicament, having committed 3,000 of his, what would estimate was about 16,000 stack.
Yeah, might be a little bit less than that. Well, no, it's probably about right.
So the action's on Ian, as we say. He's deliberating his options. Martin has both players hugely covered. Oh, I apologise. It was actually on the big blinds who was deliberating there. Feels like Ian's probably got some sort of rundown type hand. I'm surprised he hasn't raised himself, but he's got his chips in now. He's obviously decided that this is the chance to try and make some chips or see where we're at. I mean, Ian's all in for 17,200. So we have 3 players all in. Well, 2 players all in, and Martin's called.
So Linda shows the ace-5 of hearts, 6-8 of diamonds.
Right. My goodness. Okay, that's a surprising mix of hands. Ian has the queen and 7 diamonds with a 9-8 of spades. Linda just says to me it's obviously desperation for her. She has the ace-5 of hearts and a 6-8. And then Martin has the 4, 6, 7, 8 double suited. Just see my beautiful assistant Lee is helping the dealer just get all the hands in the camera. We would appreciate if there weren't any all-ins with 4 players. So we're running out of room. No, here we Oh, really? Oh, Karen was. Karen says it was close as well. So hopefully Karen doesn't hit then, because.
So we'll get the flop.
So a queen for Ian in the window. He's celebrating early, as is his nature.
Dealer can just hang on a second whilst Chris lets you know what's going on.
Okay, so at the moment we have it's a straight for Ian, but Martin has the flush draw. Linda is unfortunately no. Yes, Linda is out, I'm afraid. And the queen 9-8 is enough to take the pot.
Yeah, Ian will scoop.
Yes, at 8-9. No. So Ian has had a lovely triple up there, well, just under a triple up for him. Very pleased to see that for Ian. And obviously we're very disappointed to see Linda go, but unfortunately, yeah, sometimes that's just the way it goes. We all know, we've been there. Ian, what do you think you're playing? Ian, what do you think you're playing? About 45? About 45?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like Ian is up to about 45, 50,000 now. Now he can look at sort of trying to make some headway in this field. Yeah. Ken is telling me his stack is 15-2. He has profited a solid since he bought his chips at the start of the tournament. I look forward to seeing the utter look of surprise on Simon's face when he returns to the table and sees Ian's much, much larger stack. Martin has limped for 3,000.
Matt has moved all in.
Matt has moved all in indeed from the button.
And Anthony's got a decision in the big blind.
So what were you all in for, Mark?
8,800.
Okay.
Anthony is in the big blind with 3,000 already committed. And Anthony makes the call. Sorry, 10,800. And Martin calls as well. So we are
10,000. Yeah. 10,800.
So we are three ways. It's a 30k pot. And we have a side part between Martin and Anthony. The flop is the Queen of Hearts, King of Spades, 6 of Hearts. Anthony immediately announces pot, and that will be all of his chips.
No, Anthony's got about 60,000 there, I think. Probably about 45.
And we get a quick fold from Martin.
So we have the nut flush draw and a pair of queens and a gut shot for Anthony. And unfortunately for Matt, he shares the same gut shot with Ace Jack, but otherwise he is in pretty rough shape. Matt has already predicted the backdoor flush. It'll be very interesting to see a spade on the turn. And it's the deuce of clubs, which actually does give another gut shot to Matt now with the 3. And the ace queen is enough to scoop the pot.
Yeah.
Very well played to Matt there, and unfortunate on the end. And a lovely pot for Anthony to be raking in. Well, from a relatively slow start on the table, we have lost a few players in quick succession. There are 26 left. And so what are we looking at an average, Lee?
I think we're about 55,000, I think.
Yep, 55,000.
So if you're in Anthony's spot now, you've got you're quite high above the average. Are you looking to put some pressure on some of the players at this table? Or
Absolutely, absolutely. We've already seen that his small and big blind, i.e. the guys immediately to his left, are both very tight players. Now his only issue for him is that Pat is actually quite short, so in the end he will make a stand and be looking to 3-bet shove, but Anthony should certainly be using his chip stack now and taking advantage. You know, there's 4,500 in the pot every hand in the blinds, so
Ken has limped for 3,000. Martin has limped for 3,000. Folded round to the button. Karen on the button has moved all in.
Karen looks like, and that looks to be, I would say, about 10,000.
Yep.
98. 95. Jesus the dealer says it's 95.
Ian folds and the decision's on Ken. And it looks like Ken is going to go with it.
And Ken has limp raised. His about 16,000 there for Ken, all in. Other decisions on Martin. And Martin finds the fold. So Ken is all in with the 8, 9, 10 queen. With spades, but Karen has the king, queen, jack, 9. Do have spades going for Ken, but he is a little dominated. Yeah. Ken calling for the 6-7 flop. Well, 5-6-7 flop if he's calling for anything, but but just 5-6-7. All right, Ian. And the 10, which is massive for Karen's hand.
Wow, wow.
Yeah, that's it.
However, the 2 10s, as I have just clearly seen, is a full house. So, yes, 1 10 Karen was happy with, but 2 10s and the 9. Very unfortunate for Karen there. And Ken rakes the chips. Ken now seems to have found some life. He's working with about 12 big blinds now. We appear to be 5-handed now, so the blinds are about to get a lot bigger as well. In the next hand, it will be 2,000, 4,000. We are 25 players left, so we've lost 3/4 of the field.
And Chris, they now find themselves in a short-handed situation. Is this another opportunity where you think you're going to be opening wider?
All the more reason, although the fact is that the people that have busted were some of the tighter players anyway. So you could effectively say they've been operating on a short-handed table anyway.
Yep. Are you surprised to see Anthony fold his button there?
Yes, I am surprised. Ian takes the blinds with a very strong hand.
Yeah, he shows the kings.
Yeah. So we're still five-handed. We're still
So this is the last 20-minute level, and then after the players will be on a break after this, and then they'll go up to 30-minute levels for the rest of the tournament.
So we have a new player joining us, and two new players. Ah, a familiar face. So we have our heads-up champion from 2015, Philip Heinz, joined the table.
Folds around to Ken, who limps the small blind. And Simon checks his option in the big blind. We'll see a flop. Flop is the queen of diamonds, 6 of spades, 5 of diamonds. Ken checks. Simon bets pretty quickly, 4,000. And looks like Ken is going to call, and Ken does call. So we will go to a turn.
Could I get an update?
The turn is the 3 of diamonds, so bringing in the flush draw. Action is now on Ken. It goes check, check. Pretty quickly on the turn, we'll go to a river. River is the 3 of hearts, pairing the board. Action is now on Ken. Ken checks. Simon bets about 10,000. And Ken has a decision now. And looks visibly pained. Ken staring deeply into Simon's eyes.
Simon smiles back.
It looks like Ken is going to be making a pained fold. And Ken does fold. And Simon shows a full house. He had 5s in his hand, so he flopped a set and rivered a full house. So and Simon wins another pot.
Simon, oh.
And Simon's starting to make some real progress on this table now.
So we have 3 new players who've just joined us. In seats 5 we have Manhom, and he is playing about 40,000. And then, as has already been introduced, we have Philip, who is playing 20, 30, 40, probably about 70 to 80,000. And then finally we have Richard. And Richard, how much are you playing? How much are you playing? Richard's playing many chips. He's playing over 100. About 100 for Richard there in seat 7.
Blinds are now up to 2K, 4K.
As Lee has pointed out, this is the last 20-minute level, and I'm sure the players will appreciate that, as these are they're very high blinds.
Philip has joined the table and immediately raised. He makes it 8,500. And Anthony is going to make the call. Simon folds a small blind. And Martin makes the call from the big blind.
Martin's,
so we are 3 ways.
Martin's been on the end of some sizable losses in pots, and his stack has dwindled.
We see a flop of the ace of hearts, king of spades. Martin checks. Our original raiser also checks, and Anthony checks, and we'll see a turn card. The turn card is the 4 of hearts, bringing the flush on board. Action now on Martin. Martin checks, and Philip is going to make possibly a bet. Philip checks, and Anthony, who has now been checked twice to in this hand, is reaching for chips. Anthony bets and makes it 12,500, round about half pot. Martin quickly folds, and the decision is now on Philip, our original raiser. And Philip makes the call. So quite a big pot already now. We head to a river, which is the 6 of hearts, the 4th heart on board. And the action will be on Philip. Philip checks. And Anthony checks behind. Philip declares a flush. It's a low flush, and Anthony mucks. So Philip made his flush on the turn. It was a low flush. He decided to check call and went check on the river, and Philip wins. Would have been interesting to see if Anthony had put another bet in on that river. He might have got it done. But as it is, Philip wins a pretty big pot just after joining the table.
Right, Mark, from what I understand, you just said there was a very interesting hand that just occurred. Who was the beneficiary?
So Philip won a pretty big pot off of Anthony.
Okay.
Yeah, it was an interesting hand where Philip made a flush on the turn, a small flush on the turn, check called, what looked like a bluff from Anthony on the turn, and it went check on the river, and Anthony gave up and immediately mucked, and Philip showed a small flush.
This was on the pair board, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah, it was on a ace king board that then ran out all hearts, but it was a big pot, probably a 50k pot. So we see a
Manholm has just announced pot from the big blind.
It's a great spot for Manholm, considering all the dead money that's in there. Anthony looks reluctant, but is going to have to fold, and Martin is committed, and puts his chips in.
Manholm actually has a genuine hand here as well.
So Manholm turns over ace 10-5 with one suit. while Martin has the 3, 4, 6, 7, 2 clubs, 2 diamonds. So Martin's going to be happy to see that his clubs and his diamonds are live.
It's quite awkward doing it like that. That's awful.
He's not in horrible shape against aces here.
Now the professional has...
not in bad shape against aces here with live diamonds and clubs. The flop is the 8 of diamonds, king of spades, 9 of spades, which is...
Manholm has the flush draw.
Pretty horrible flop for Martin.
Martin's still got the straight draw and has hit it and the flush. So Manholm needs a spade. He does not get it, and we have a flush and a win for Martin.
So Martin's going to double up.
He's going to more than double up with the additional about another 12, 14k that was in there from possibly 12k from the other limpers. Jesus is leaving us now.
We've got some quite sizable stacks that have joined the table and potentially changed the dynamic for Anthony now.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, Anthony's now, he's had his chance to be aggressive. What's he's playing now? I mean, he's only playing 30s. He's only playing about 12, 14 bigs now. So
lost a big pot to Philip, which is hurt him, and he's got 2 large stacks to his direct right. You'd think you're going to handcuff him a little.
Well, it's interesting that you say that because it does at least give him the 3 jam. Well, obviously the issue with pot limit is we can't just 3 jam because we have to fulfill the pot element of the game. Ian's limp for 400 in late position and is called by Martin on the button. Manholm folds and Philip has checked.
We see a flop of the Queen of Spades, 8 of clubs, 3 of diamonds.
Can I just say, guys, I'm already preferring this dealer's flop positioning.
Yes.
It checks round on the flop. We see a turn card of the 7 of diamonds. And Philip is going to reach for chips. Philip bets 6,500. And Ian, who limped pre, is looking like he's reaching for a call. And Ian does call.
You feel that Philip's going to fire all brick rivers just because Ian must be drawing.
Yeah, Ian's hand looks like what it is.
See, this is an interesting card for Philip because Philip would assume that Ian wouldn't be calling with a king high flush draw.
Yeah.
And as such, you have to... well, I mean, possibly. It seems unlikely
Philip
Ian would call with the king high flush draw. You'd have to feel he had some other equity.
Right, Ian is reaching for chips pretty quickly. And is going to bet
11,000. 11,000 from Ian.
11,000. Ian's hand looks a lot like a flush draw that got there. That's the story that he's trying to sell.
But it does seem odd that, I mean, he can call with a king high flush draw, of course, but he's got to be so fearful that Philip could have turned the ace high flush draw before he makes his call.
Yeah.
Obviously, we know that Philip hadn't. The ace is on the ball, but Ian doesn't know that on the turn.
Nope. Philip's going to fold, and Ian wins what is a decent pot. What's your view, Chris, on limping relatively late in the Omaha tournaments?
Limping's a lot more acceptable in Omaha than I believe it is in No Limit. But having said that, at this point, it does feel like it's raise or fold.
Yeah, I think I'd probably agree. Once we go to 2K, 4K, you've got 6,000 in every hand. If you can get a raise 3, you're adding such a huge amount to your stack.
Yep.
And with so many stacks that are getting to the stage where they are looking to pot it. Limping is giving someone an invitation to scoop that dead money.
So the action's on Anthony under the gun. He folds. As does Ian and Ken. And Simon, who's been relatively quiet in the last 45 minutes or so, is counting out a raise to what appears to be 8,500. Philip folds, as does Richard.
And as kind of illustrates the point there, Simon's raise wins in the chips without having to see any other cards, and he adds a decent percentage to his stack again.
Although as Simon did flash his cards, he did have a very nice hand. I believe it was the King, Queen, Queen 9.
Wow, so he was
double suited.
Would have been hoping for some action.
So we've got Ian under the gun here now. He's seems more interested in his chips. Let's see. I feel that Ian's range is going to be incredibly narrow from here.
Yeah. Probably ditto for Ken.
Absolutely. Although to be fair, Ken is short.
Yeah.
Oh, no, Ken's stubborn, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's still short, but...
Simon and Martin fold.
Manhom pots it to 15,000.
And the decision will be on Anthony. Oh, sorry, the decision is on
Richard, but
Richard.
Richard has folded. Anthony is considering.
Not look best pleased. He's got 4,000 invested already and is effectively facing all in of about 6. He's got another blue. Yeah. So
Curiously, we've just got a call here. I think
I
Manhom
think
has 6.5k back.
So I think we'll probably see them on the back on almost any flop. Anthony checks. The remainder of the chips are going to go in, which they do.
The nut flush draw for... It's the nut flush draw for Manhom and the nuts for Anthony.
Yeah, so Anthony's flopped the nut straight.
Manhom needs a diamond. Sorry, can you bring... That's cool. There we go. There you go.
So it's a diamond.
And only a diamond. Well, now we've picked up a 9.
Yeah. But it doesn't get there. It was red, but it was a heart. And that sees Manhom be eliminated.
So Anthony with some much needed chips after his earlier decline. He's hopefully for him turn the tide.
And we'll be feeling a little bit happier that he can combat the aggression that he's likely to see from Philip and
Richard
on his direct right. So blinds are 2k, 4k, and Ken will be first to act under the gun. We have 22 players remaining, and the average is 65,000. Martin is going to limp for 4,000. Flops to folds around to Richard, who immediately announces pot, and he makes it 18,000. A big sigh from Anthony, and looks immediately like he's interested, but will make the fold, a reluctant fold, and it folds back around to Martin, who folds. So I think immediately we're going to start to see aggression coming.
Right,
from
and
the left-hand side of the
we
table.
are on a break now, so we'll be back with you in 20 minutes. Right, welcome back. We've just come back from the break. We're now going to blinds 2,000, 4,000.
Actually, blinds are now 3K, 6K.
Oh.
And we are on a 30-minute clock. This is the first
3K,
30-minute
6K.
clock.
Cool. Everyone is, even now big stacks are short. We'll just do a little summary of the chip counts. Ian in seat 1 is playing. Ian, what are you playing? 59. We've got Ken with 15. Simon with about 80. Oh, Ken corrects me. It's 21. He's got 6 in. We've got Martin, which looks to be about 35. Philip with looks to be about 110. Oh, 94. I'm not very good at this counting thing. Richard with 104. And Anthony with, we'll guesstimate, about 72.
And average stack is 75K.
Average stack is 75K. So we do have 2 other tables running still. And I think we can safely assume that we're going to have some larger stacks on the other ones. We have a raise from Richard to 21. This call will be for Ken's tournament life if he makes it. And he doesn't. And yeah, Richard takes the pot.
So we've got 19 players remaining. We're paying 12 places.
Based on these blinds, the players will be desperate for the tables to become two tables rather. So we're back to eight-handed. Obviously, the less players we have at the table, the more big blinds they've got to pin in.
And as we approach the bubble, it's going to create some interesting dynamics for those with larger stacks.
Absolutely, it's certainly a great opportunity to put the pressure on. So we've got a fold from Martin under the gun. And Philip is raised to 12K. Anthony smooths to 12K. Ian quickly gets out of the way.
Ken is now dwelling.
Ken's really in a spot now where it almost doesn't matter what he's got. He's just got to get his chips in. But Ken's decided to wait for a different hand. And we have Brooksy in the big blinds, who lets it go.
It's a good fold.
So we'll be heads up to the flop. And we have a flop of the 10 of spades, the 6 of hearts, and the king of diamonds. Actions on Philip. And Philip bets 16,000. And Anthony calls.
So we're going to see a turn card. It's just the 5 of spades.
So very interesting now. Both players have about a pot size stack left. The pot is about 62K. And Philip has moved all in for 66. Anthony in a difficult situation here. You feel that he should have realised that this was likely to happen on the turn. It feels if he had a draw that he has to go with it on the flop and hope that Philip's missed. Looks pained. And Anthony makes the fold. Philip gets it through. And Philip adds about 35k to his stack there.
Would you say that's a decision there that Anthony probably should have made on the flop as
Absolutely.
to whether he goes with that hand or not?
Absolutely. He should be, and to my opinion, he needs to be looking at what's going to happen on the turn. If he has got just one pair, then, well, it is a difficult decision, but I think if he's playing the hand, he's got to ship the flop and either hope that he does get there if he's called, or in fact that that Philip folds.
So Philip chips up again. He's won a couple of nice pots since he's joined this table.
Philip's certainly going to be one of our more experienced players, very competent. So it's another pot-sized open from Richard.
Folds around to Simon in the small blind, who folds, and Martin also folds, so Richard gets it through.
Richard, yes. Richard's. It's interesting that Richard's electing, some difference in styles. Philip happy to click the big blind as an open, and Richard has twice decided to bet pot when he's raising.
So Anthony limps in early position for 6,000. Folds around to Brooksy on the button. So Simon eyes up Anthony's stack and looks like he'll be reaching for raising chips, and he does. So Simon makes it 25,000.
And you have to feel that Anthony's going to go with this. He has been, but then prior to that, Philip is seriously deliberating here. Philip asks for a count of Simon's stack. Simon appears to have another, what would you say, 50k behind?
Yeah, Simon's not going to fold, is he? You wouldn't think.
And
Anthony
does
folds.
fold. Anthony does fold. So, yep, again, it's, Simon picks up 15k there.
Yeah. And Anthony's had a poor half an hour, really, before the break and just after the break.
Yeah. Ian's just seen his name on the screen. He's not very happy. That nickname was courtesy of the leader of APAT. There's Duffy.
Ken moves all in.
That's Ken's all in for what looks to be about 12.
Yeah, I think so.
Brooksy folds.
And Philip looks like he's reaching for chips.
Philip's isolating to 28. Richard looks pained. And Richard folds, so we're going to be heads up. Philip's actually stronger than I think most of us expected.
Yeah, so Philip shows King, King, 10, Jack.
With hearts. And Ken has double suited ace, queen, 4 jack. He has spades and clubs. So expect to see 4 diamonds to come down. Oh, well, there's 3 of the diamonds. We've got 1 more to go. And at the moment,
still
Ken
good.
needs. That's not
that
good enough for Ken.
won't
We
do
lose
it.
Ken in
19th
in
place, I
19th
believe.
place. So Philip really has started to accumulate some chips now. He's had a very good half an hour.
Can't complain.
No, that's just saying to me, can't complain.
So Ian is going to raise. He makes it 21. He pushes his chips forward, which would seem to me an indicator that he will not be folding this hand.
I don't think that was necessary to suggest that. Ian's obviously recognised his stack to pot ratio, and now he
will be going with it.
He'll be going with it. Not quite. No, he's got 35 behind, but it gives him obviously an easy shove. He wants to get as much in as possible pre-flop if he's found the hand that he's going to go with.
Yeah.
You know, he's happy with the folds.
And he adds 9k to his stack.
Although he's immediately now in the big blind again. 18 left, so as we discussed, players will be looking for 2 players to drop out in quite quick order, such that they can get to 8-handed again.
Average stack is now 80,000. Just less than 15 big blinds.
I think we only have 1 player on this table who is above. Oh no, perhaps Simon's also above the average.
And Simon will be first to act. And is going to raise. And he pots it and makes it 21,000. Simon has raised. Anthony moves all in. Ian quickly folds and Simon calls.
Call. So Anthony is all in and at risk. He has 32k. And as the players turn their cards on their back, we can see that it's very close. Simon has the ace-10 of clubs with jacks, and Anthony has the king-queen 6-8 in hearts and clubs, but his clubs are dominated by Simon's, so Anthony's looking for some hearts. Simon flops the nuts with a redraw, and it's all over. Anthony has left us in 18th place, I believe. So whilst only for sort of 6 or 7 big blinds from Anthony, it's a very useful pot for Simon. I think we're starting to see how Simon gets so far in these tournaments. He just
runs really well.
He just runs really, really well, doesn't he? What do you say to that, Simon?
I agree.
He agrees. He's looking at me as if I've offended him, but I've known Simon long enough to know that's impossible.
So we're 5-handed at the moment. I think we're about to have a redraw to 2 tables.
Folds round to Ian and Simon.
This is the battle
Two
that some
close
of
friends,
our...
and Ian has just given up.
I think we were all expecting fireworks there, and we're disappointed. So in this next hand, Martin has 6,000 invested with not much more than 20 back in his stack. So you'd expect his chips to be going in.
It's folded round to Ian on the button, who has folded. So Simon has the option in the small blind whether to complete, to raise, or to fold.
I suspect Simon will be setting Martin in here a lot of the time,
I'm sure
and
Simon,
he will do that.
He knows he just needs an above average hand.
We are all in.
We are all in, yes.
With Martin's tournament life at risk.
And Simon's found an ace. So
Wow.
we have single suit queens for Martin with a 9 and a deuce. And we have Brooksy with the ace, jack, 3, 5, and Simon has diamonds.
Flop comes. 8 of spades, 5 of clubs,
Simon
ace
flops
of
2 pair.
spades.
Simon turns 3 pair. Simon rivers 4 pair. But no, there's a spade. There's a spade.
Yeah.
My goodness. So it's a flush for Martin. Ian rightly points out APAT can't get the stuff.
So a much needed double up
Much
for
needed
Martin
double up
there.
for Martin. Yep, Martin's still short, but
We've got 17 players remaining.
Ian half wit is reaching for a raise.
Yeah, and he's made it 21,000, so a pot size raise.
Fold, Philip with the option in the big, the decision in the big rather.
Philip folds.
Ian Witt gets it through.
And we're starting to see Ian change his style slightly as his stack is shorter. Less room to limp perhaps now. But it's working well for him. You know, he's adding a decent percentage to his stack every time he makes these raises. Almost like someone's had a word in his ear during the break.
So Ian's under the gun.
Cue a limp from Ian.
Oh, disappointed. I mean, I would have literally wrapped the microphone around his head, but... So we've folded to Martin on the button, who has raised to 14,000. 14,000. And it elicits 2 quick folds.
We're starting to see the dynamic of the game changing now as we approach the bubble with more pre-flop play, seeing less flops. The stacks are quite short. Average stack is 84,000.
Simon Brook childishly flicking an elastic band at me. presumably still unhappy at not realising he'd got rivered, like we all did. So actions on Simon under the gun. And pass. Martin has limp for the 6. Philip elects to call as well. And Richard requests pot size. And does indeed raise to 32.
He gets 2 quick folds.
And that's a very nice play from Richard there. Picks him up some much needed chips. Well, at this point, they're much needed chips for everyone.
Yeah. So in that one hand alone, Richard's adding 18,000 to his stack.
Yeah, yes, it's a 20% increase.
Given that average is only 80.
That's huge, absolutely huge.
You can see how quickly stacks can change at this point now.
Oh, we have a 15,000 raise from Richard on the button this time. It's quite interesting, as every other raise we've seen him make at this final is pot. That leads me to believe that he actually is quite a bit stronger. He's actually looking for some action, but neither Simon nor Ian in the blinds oblige him. Okay, so we've got Philip under the gun. So a fold from Philip, and Richard has now reverted back to the raise size of 2100. This feels like a great spot for Simon to be piling it in, but Simon elects to fold.
Decision on Martin in the big blind. Martin
calls.
Going to call. So Martin calls 21k with about the same back, a little bit more back. Flop is the Jack of Diamonds, 4 of Spades, 3 of Spades. Martin checks, and
Richard puts them all in, and
he sets them in, and Martin folds.
Martin finds a fold. So, yeah, nice result there for Richard. Accumulates another 28k in chips, and ultimately not at risk.
That leaves Martin pretty short now. About 26, 27k at 3k, 6k. We are still 17 players remaining.
What's the average?
The average is 84,705 chips.
Thank you, Dwayne.
The average is about 84k.
There we go.
Simon on the button. Looks like he's reaching for chips.
And he elects to limp.
For a call, and Martin is going to call as well in the small blind. Philip has the option in the big blind.
Philip does choose to pot it. Oh. There we go. At least everyone can now see what's going on again. Slight technical difficulties here, but we've managed to resolve them.
I found the button.
We found the button to change the cameras. Lee's not here, our adult's not here, so.
So Simon made the call
Simon
pre-flop.
made the call, and we have a flop of Jack 6-9, all hearts. See, we've definitely found the button.
Yes, I found the button. Right.
And Philip has c-bet 26, and Simon's moved all in for what appears to be about 71. And Philip makes the call. So we've got a huge pot here. Simon doesn't seem particularly happy.
Philip has the Queen 10 of hearts.
Simon has bottom set. So Simon needing to pair the board here. Philip looking for 8 of hearts or a king of hearts just to end it straight away. Give him the straight flush.
So just a paired board for Simon.
That's not for
So
Simon, that's a 7.
clubs.
And the 8, and Philip wins the pot.
And Simon will be eliminated in 17th place.
A massive pot again for Philip. He's really got some chips now to play with, and I think we can be sure to see some aggression from him.
And Simon will be frustrated given he's had a second, a third.
So we are down to 4 players now, so we should be right, and we're just holding fire, I believe, whilst a couple of players are, well, in fact, 4 players are moved because we're down to 16. Okay, so we do have our new players joining us at the table now. We have, I believe it's Arena who's joined us in seat 5 with a very nice looking stack of, well, over 200k, comfortably over 200k, 250,000. Once we get the names of the other people that have joined us, we'll let you know.
Yeah, but as it stands, Martin has moved all in. We do have a hand running as the others were joining the table. Philip's going to call. And Richard's going to fold. So Martin has just got 3,000 back, so his tournament life is going to be at risk here. The flop is the ace of diamonds, 5 of spades, 10 of spades. The remaining 3,000 goes in. Martin shows the jack of spades, 2 of spades, 3 of hearts, 6 of diamonds for a flush draw. Philip shows the ace of hearts, 9 of hearts, 4 of hearts, queen of diamonds for top pair. The turn is an ace, so it'll just be a spade. The river is a 3. Martin was purposefully trying to confuse me there by fist pumping the river when it landed, despite the fact that it knocked him out. Nice try. And another pot goes to Philip, who, since he has joined the table, has managed to swiftly accumulate quite an impressive stack.
Right, so yeah, so as I say, we've had some new players join the table. In seat 3, we have Milien with about 65, 70,000. Dorina with about 230. And Metodi in seat 8 with about 90. Well, good enough.
And Ian has raised under the gun. I think he'd be reasonably strong here. And he gets it through again. Ian's doing quite well here to just slowly keep his stack at a point where it's still...
The blinds have just gone up to 4,000, 8,000.
We've got 14 players remaining. The average is now 102,000.
Okay. As you can see on your screens, we do have our secondary table with our other 7 players. So coming back to our table here, we have a fold under the gun from Michael, from Milan. Folds round to Matudi in the small blind who completes, and Ian checks in the big.
We see a flop of the 10 of diamonds, ace of hearts, 3 of spades. Matodi bets 16,000. And Ian folds.
Ian lets it go. We have Michael in the big blind now, who is, unfortunately for him, incredibly short.
With 14 players remaining and just 12 getting paid, this is the point where the short stacks are sweating that bubble.
Milien makes it. When he's decided, he's raising, it's announced raise. It's 21,000. Dorina 3 bets. Pot.
decision for his tournament life here with 2 off the money.
It's a fold. And Darina shows a lovely hand of ace, ace, jack 10 suited.
What's your feel there, Chris, on Darina showing a hand in that spot?
As I say, I personally, I don't like to show hands, but if you are showing hands, I'd advocate showing premiums over bluffs.
Do you think she might be doing that so when she does it later she gets some
Quite
respect potentially?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I assume that is the intention.
Blinds 4K, 8K. It folds around to Philip, who makes it 20,000. Philip's got a stack now that you'd think can really put some pressure on those short stacks trying to get in the money.
Absolutely, but here we go. Here's Ian Witt, who was 3-bet shoved for about 55k.
I feel like Philip's not going to be folding very often. Yeah, and he's not going to fold ever. I think he's just clarifying how much it is. I think we'll see Philip calling. It's 53,000.
An additional 33
So only
to
another
Philip.
33. Yeah, so Philip is going to make the call, which he does.
Philip
We've
can
got
easily
a
make this call.
100,000 pot.
We
Ian.
have ace, queen, queen, jack for Ian, and we have 8, 8, 9, jack for Philip.
Philip's
Philip's been doing very well on these all-ins. I can't remember him losing a hand since he sat down, but he is behind on this one at the moment.
Flop is the ace of clubs, 10 of spades, 4 of spades. Turn a
Absolute
deuce
brick.
of spades. River
And
a
that's
10 of
it.
diamonds.
Ian's ace queen is good
Ian
enough to win the
finds
pot. Think, huh? Ian has won the pot. He's now the interrupter, as is another one of his affectionate nicknames. Is up to 120. Oh. About 120k. Hmm? Hmm?
And it's a walk.
We still have our 14 players. I can notice some a couple of short stacks around the room. And it's folded round to Michael, who's made a stand for his 20,000. He's moved all in. Millen then reshoves for 40,000. And Philip with an interesting decision here in the big blind.
Philip with the option to burst the bubble here. He eliminates 2 players. Looks like he has a decision.
But Philip does choose to let it go. So our player Michael is the one at risk. As the players wait to turn over their cards. So Michael has the ace of diamonds and the ace of hearts with the queen 4. He's got so hearts for Michael. Millen has ace king 10 7 with 2 diamonds. Oh. The flop still leading with the aces.
At the moment.
Aces will hold.
Aces do hold. Philip announces that he folded 10-9-9. Would have immediately flopped the nut straight. Turned a bigger straight.
Camera. Okay, so after a little bit of confusion of establishing who actually won, the pot was incorrectly awarded to the player who didn't have the aces, until it was pointed out that the player with the aces was quite flummoxed as to why he wasn't being awarded the pot.
Good job we're here.
Yes. So a much needed double for Michael. Millen now really in trouble. So Millen's all in for his remaining 20,000. Philip has made the call, and Richard in the big. Also comes along. So we have a pot of 60,000 with further betting on the side. We have a flop of 4, 5, 8, 2 spades. The action is on Philip. Philip checks. Richard bets 20,000. Philip folds, so we'll have our cards on their backs. Philip appears to have a flush draw and a pair and a gut shot. And Millen has the straight.
Yeah, he's got the straight, but he needs to fade some spades.
So yes, he needs to fade some spades. And Mitten, if he does, Millen will triple up. Actually gives an additional out to the spades, but the straight of Millen holds, and he triples back up to 60,000.
Still got 14 remaining.
Fold from Ian. Michael gets out the way, as does Millen and Dorina. It's folded around to Philip on the button. And Philip makes it 18,000 and gets 2 quick folds. Yeah. Okay, again, so we have folds around to the cutoff. And now Richard has option on the button, he also folds. So it's down to Matodi in the small blind. And Ian gets a walk, and he's looking at his cards. Never do that. You don't want to be disappointed when you see the aces. Still have 10 minutes left at this level, 4,000, 8,000. Yeah.
We've got a raise under the gun. Makes it 25k.
Million. That's a million.
Richard looks like he's got a decision. Wants to fold. Fold it around to Ian, who also folds. And the big blind folds. Some more useful chips added to million stack.
Yeah, certainly. Yep, we're just going to change the camera, just have a quick wander and look at our secondary table. It appears we've got one sort of healthy stack. And as I say that, he's just 3 bets. We do have a lot of shorter stacks. It's safe to say that a significant majority of the chips are on the feature table. So anyway, back to our feature table. A raise to 20,000 from Philip.
And million makes the call in the big blind. So we are going to go to a flop. Flop is the jack of hearts, jack of spades, king of clubs. Million checks. And Philip's reaching for chips. Makes it 22k. And million folds. Some more useful chips for Philip.
So on to the next hand we go. Philip's under the gun. Ooh, but I have been told that there's a 3-away all-in on the other table, so Mark is... Excuse me. Which hand is yours? Which? This one. And what's your name? Elaine is all in. Yolaine, apologies, is all in with ace, ace, queen, 8 double suited. And she's been called by king, king, queen, 3 single suit and 5, 6, 7, 8. So we've got 3 very strong hands here. And the rundown flops the straight. King, queen has the gut shot. Aces has the flush draw. Aces now have 2 flush draws. And the flush draw gets there for the clubs. So that's a huge result for Yelena. Yolene.
Yolaine.
Thank you, Lucy, for helping me out there. What a crazy hand that was there. I mean, 3 phenomenal hands. No, and it's just having come late, it's hard to establish if we have actually lost a player due to these side pots. So We don't. There's Jonathan Sibley is unfortunately left with 8,000 after he does get the side pot with the Queen High flush. No, I've been told it's 12,000 he's left with. Okay, there seems to be some confusion here, so I'm just going to walk away.
Going back to this table, we've just had an all-in and a call, and Million has doubled through Richard. Million had aces, queen deuce, single suited, and Richard had kings, single suited. We saw a non-threatening low board.
Now we're going to go back to the other table immediately because we have another all-in. No, we don't. We have a car crash of a review of the previous hand, having to establish who's won what. There's some confusion over a side pot, which at the moment is sat in front of Richard for only 8,000. So it looks like we've sorted all that through. Richard is now in the small blind with 4,000. Already committed to the pot, so he has one big blind. So I suspect to be over here shortly, reporting on another all-in.
Did we lose any players?
We didn't. We have one player left with one big blind. So
in the hand back on the feature table, we've got the Jack of clubs exposed. Folds round to the small blind. And she'll make the call. And Philip checks his option.
The small blind.
We will see a flop of the Jack of hearts, 7 of hearts, 4 of clubs. Delina checks. Philip bets 12,000. And Delina folds. Philip shows ace, 10, 10, 9. 2 hearts for the nut flush draw. Pretty big flop for Philip there. We're just going back over to our secondary table.
Okay, so we have Stefan Roeder, our friend from Germany, in with aces with spades against queens. Queen, queen, 10, 5 of diamonds. The aces are holding. And the aces have held. So Stefan doubles up. So Stefan doubles up to about 80 to 90. And John Sibley actually managed to fold from the small blind when he had one big blind left. Half of it was in, but he's stayed on to fight another day.
Still 12 remain. 14 remain even. That's the one.
Confused me there. Yes, no, we're still on 14. You have to feel that our half a big blind stack is going to be sat out for the next 7 hands, just hoping to sneak into the money.
Yeah. Million has limped, and Delina has raised the button to 26,000. Philip now has a decision in the small blind. It's fold, fold. Decision on Million. And he makes the call. So we will go to the flop with nearly 70,000 in the pot already. The flop comes the 7 of hearts, 4 of clubs, 3 of spades.
A check from Milan, and Dorina C bets what appears to be
38k.
38k.
Million pretty swiftly goes all in.
And for a check raise from Milan to what appears to be 46.85. Nope. $86,000 is the all in.
It's about another 50k to call.
And Dorina makes the call.
So we've got a big pot here. It's part of about 180k pot. Possibly a little bit more than that, actually.
It's at least 200.
Yeah, it's at least 200. Yeah.
Probably about 215, 220 on their backs. And we have the nuts flopped for Milan with 5-6. And Milan, Dorina needs a running boat. And Melin, who was down to 20,000 not more than 10, 15 minutes ago, now has over 220,000. So once again, our all-in player survives. I've just been told we have another all-in and call on the second table. Oh, we have two. All right, so John Sibley is all-in, as I understand it. The small and big. The big is Yolin, who had that huge triple up earlier. It's a check on a 5-5-4 2-heart flop. The ace of clubs on the turn. This is another check. And the river, we have the 5 of diamonds, putting 3 5s on the board. Check again. Pocket 3s for Yelena, and she scoops. And we lose John Sibley in 14th place. Yeah, we can come back. We did, yes. We lost John Sibley in 14th place.
So now on the direct bubble. Now playing hand for hand.
So we are now on our bubble. We have, I know that Matt Carter on the other table is incredibly short with about 2 big blinds. And
So Michael has moved all in under the gun. Folds around to the small blind. Matodi has a decision here. This will be to burst the bubble. And he is going to move all in.
So we have
Michael against Matodi. And we have an all in with Michael's tournament life at risk.
We are actually on hand for hand, so the other table is waiting for the outcome of this.
So if Michael busts, then the bubble will burst. Let's see some hands. So Matodi has King, King, Queen 2 with clubs. And Michael has aces, no suits. The flop is a Jack of clubs, 9 of hearts, 7 of spades. The turn is a Jack of spades.
Ooh.
River is a 10 of clubs.
And a brutal river for Michael. And the bubble has now been burst, so I think we can expect to see a little bit more play. Yes, thank you for helping me out with that word, Simon. Huh? To be fair, we actually, yeah, Philip has just pointed out that people were definitely putting their chips in. So.
No, I backed him in the thing yesterday as well.
So you must be.
'So we're now in the money. 12 players remaining. First place plays £1,355. We'd think some of our shorter stacks are now going to be happy to get the blinds in. We'd expect to reach a final table pretty quickly now. Folds around to Ian in the small blind.
Mark's only medalers in the team. And we all know that they don't count.
And we have a pot and an all-in.
Ian Witt is all in.
Is all in.
Against Ian is in with 8s and 5s, 2 pair. Well, 2 pairs rather.
Oh.
Against a lot of overs. Ace Jack of diamonds for Milan with Queen 9 of clubs. Ian really hoping to flop a 5 or an 8. Ian confidently telling everyone he's got to this.
So Ian's got to dodge 4 overcards. We'll see a flop.
We're going to see a flop.
And there is an 8 on board.
Oh. And it does. And Ian doubles. In his usual style, though, he fist pumped when he definitely fist pumped when the.
Unbelievable. How do you win if you fist pump the flop? That's disgusting. That's disgusting.
So Ian is now. Ian, what do you start the hand with? So Ian's probably on about 200 now. Unfortunately, we have Jesus back dealing, so things should go a little bit smoother.
I don't think Ian's ever stacked that many chips before. Looks a bit flummoxed.
Ian, give us a comment for the fans. Absolutely, Ian.
Folds around to Ian on the button. Ian is reaching for a raise. Makes it 35k. Ian pots it. And
so Ian has potted the button. It's been repotted by Milen.
And Ian Howe has a decision for what will be a big pot if he does decide to call.
So Milan has actually potted to 115, and he has 10k behind.
I mean, Dan has a say.
And Ian lets it go.
We've got an all-in on our other table. Chris, after you.
Apparently I've been sent to the other table. And we have... Right, so Matt Carter is all in with 8872. No, he's not all in. He's very clear that he's not all in. He's got about 20,000 behind against King 3 Deuce of our player in seat 9. Jürgen, and that's it, all over. Matt flops to set, and will knock out Jürgen in 12th place. So yes, we have 5 players now left on this table.
So it's Philip all in here and called by Richard. So Philip has Ace King Jack 10. Philip has the pocket jacks with 9-7. It's Richard's tournament life on the line, so the jacks are at stake here. So let's see a flop. All right, what have we got, Mark?
Flop comes down, the 2 of spades, 10 of diamonds, 8 of clubs.
So the jack's still ahead at the moment.
Jacks are still good. Turn is a 7 of diamonds.
No diamond draw again. Jack's
River
looking
is
good at the
a
moment.
2 of diamonds.
And the jacks hold. Jack 9. Thanks,
9
Chris.
gets it for
Glad
the
you're
straight.
back here. Even the dealer's having to check twice.
So we've just seen Philip take a dent to his stack there.
Oh, was that to Richard, yes?
Yes.
I think Richard had chipped down, hadn't he?
Yeah.
Obviously prior to that from where we saw him half an hour ago. Yep. Lee's just reminding we have got 11 left. We'll be playing a final table of 8. 9. Surely it would be 9. Yeah, no, final table of 9.
Average stack is 130k with blinds 5,000, 10,000.
So I think the average stack has actually increased from where it was a while ago. Obviously, we did have a lull in the bust outs, but
Folds round to the small blind, which is Philip. And he's going to raise. Makes it 25,000. Decision on Richard in the big blind. He's going to call, and we're going to see a flop. So we go to the flop. And we see a king of spades, 4 of spades, 3 of clubs. And Philip is going to c-bet. He makes it 35k into a pot of about of 50k. And Richard folds. So Philip claws back some of those chips which he'd just given to Richard on the previous hand.
Fold from Ian under the gun. It's now to Milan. Folds, as does Dorina. Philip, despite taking some hits, is still looking at around 200,000.
He's just won a nice pot back off Richard.
Oh, there we go.
Richard has raised the small blind and Metodi has moved all in from the big blind. Richard now has a decision. It's not quite all in, actually. So Metodi's made it 75k, which is going to be Richard's tournament life. Richard.
And Richard lets it go.
Richard folds. frustrating spot for Richard there. He puts in 25% of his stack pre-flop and then is forced to fold. Leaves him with just 75k at 5k, 10k.
Does seem that this is playing the shortest of any of the APAT events with relation to big blinds. Certainly of this year.
So Philip has opened to 25k and gets it through. Philip declares aces. Does
Ian
not show them.
confidently declares a 4-card straight flush. He folded. We still have our 5 players on the other table.
Next hand, and Philip has opened, makes it 25k. Matodi on the button. It's going to fold. Ian folds. And Million in the big blind. It's 15k for him to call. And he will make the call. So we will see a flop. Of the 3 of hearts, 4 of hearts, 9 of diamonds. It goes check, check. Go to the turn. We see a 10 of spades. Second check from Million. And Philip decides to check behind. We go to a river, which is the 10 of clubs.
Oh, we have a huge all-in on the second table.
Million makes the bet. He makes it 20,000. A quick call from Philip. Million shows and Philip is the winner with a 10 and wins a nice pot.
Okay, we have an all-in on a 4-5-6 board. We have gentleman in seat 1, Jay, and Yolene. Yolene has flopped the straight, and it holds. And Yolene adds again to her huge a huge pot there. Looks to be at least 250,000 in there. So we are now down to 10 players, where we will be playing a final table of 9. So we are now on the final table bubble. And Doreen is leaving us. She's going to the secondary table.
Folded round to Ian on the button, who makes a raise to 35,000. Million folds. Decision on Philip.
Yes. Final table bubble of 9.
Who also folds, and Ian
Huh?
adds a few more chips to his stack.
Sorry, Liz. Yeah, you and. Ten left. Final table bubble.
So just 10 players left. We are on the bubble of the final table. Folds round to Million on the button. Who's going to fold? Decision on Philip in the small blind. Philip calls, and Richard immediately announces pot, and that's going to be a good chunk of his stack, and Philip makes a quick call. We go heads up to the flop, which is the 9 of clubs, 2 of spades, 3 of spades. Decision on Philip, who checks. Richard announces pot very quickly. That's the remainder of his stack. And Philip now has a decision to make. I think Richard made the decision that he was going with his hand regardless of flop. And gets it done. Wins a decent sized pot. See a little dance from Ian, which I think is an indicator of his confidence heading into potentially his first final table of this week.
So Ian folds under the gun. It's on Millen. And he is reaching for raising chips. Raises to 20,000. Philip folds the button, as does Richard in the small, and Matodi in the big. So I'm seeing a lot more raise and takes now than obviously we were earlier, just due to the size of the blinds. Right, so it's again Millen under the gun. This is our final hand of blinds at 5k, 10k. After that, we were going up to 6, 12. Millen calls to 10,000. As does Philip in the cutoff. And Richard on the button announces pot to 55. Folds from both blinds fold. As does Million and Philip, and it's a great pot for Richard to pick up there. So now we are at blinds 6,000, 12,000. I think all the players will be hoping that we can make it to the final table in this level. These high blinds are obviously that much more punishing when you're only five-handed. And Million gets a walk.
Folded round to Ian on the button, who is going to raise. Makes it 38,000. And Philip decides to pot, which leaves Ian with a decision. And this decision for Ian is essentially going to be for his stack.
Looking over and just double checking how much he'd have left if he made the call. But I don't see. I see this is only a shovel fold here, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
He's just said gamble eventually.
Ian's going to make the gamble. So this is a big pot.
And Philip's just asking for a count, I think, but I think he's going to call. Yeah, he says I'm calling. So this is going to be Ian Witt's tournament life on the line. We're on the bubble of the final table. How much was the count there, Mark?
It's 165. So it's only another 40 for Philip. So
all I've seen so far is the ace of clubs for Philip.
So Ian shows the 4, 5, 6, 7, 3 hearts. Phillips shows the ace, deuce, queen, 3 with hearts. So hearts are no good for Ian, and Ian has to hope for a low flop. And a low flop that doesn't help Philip.
Right then, so it's Ian Witt's tournament life on the line with the 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's see the flop then, Mark.
So the flop comes 2 of clubs, king of spades, ace of diamonds. So Ian needs a 3 to make a straight. Turn is a 6 of clubs.
6,
So
6
it's
or a
just
3.
a 6 or a
6
3
or a
for
3.
Ian. It's a 4 of hearts.
It's the 4, and we're going to lose Ian Witt in 10th place.
We're losing an intent.
And that is going to be the final table. So the clock's going to get paused, and the players will redraw for the final table. We'll set up, then we're going to send the players on a short break. And then we'll be back for the final table of event number 19, the Pot Limit Omaha. So welcome back to Stratford Casino in London. We're now ready for the start of the final table of event number 19, the Pot Limit Omaha side event. So players in the main event are just backing up for the end of the night, so I'm kind of fighting against the TD over there who's explaining to all the players what needs to do. But anyway, in seat number 1, Philip Hines. Seat 2 is Metodi Shopov. Seat 3 is Milan Ivanov. Seat 4 is Jolene van der Missen. Seat 5 is Richard Edwards. Seat 6, Matt Carter. 7, Richard Breen. 8, Dorina Klocken. And 9, Stefan Roder. I'm hopefully going to find somebody to come and co-commentate with me in a short while, as Chris and Mark are having a well-deserved drink after the end of their stint. Much thanks to both of them. So blinds are 6,000, 12,000. And Jolene raises to 42,000 under the gun. And gets that one through. So these guys are all guaranteed £135, and they're paying for a top prize of $1,355 with the APAT gold medal and exclusive WCOAP bracelet. Raised to 42,000 here from Dorina. And just the blinds to get through. Milan and Jolene. So Jolene in the small blind and Richard in the big blind, this hand. Say blinds are 6,000, 12,000. I didn't quite hear what Matt Carter said, but he's under the gun. First to act. Matt said he's first to fold, and true to form, he does. So we're folding all the way around. Matt's led the way with the folds. Everyone's followed suit. And we're around to Metodi in the seat number 2, the top right of your screen. And he is going to make a bet. And he's betting out 42,000. actions round to Milan on the button in seat number 3. You can just make him out there on the right-hand side of your screen with the sunglasses on. He folds just the blinds to get through from Metodi, gets through the small blind. Richard Edwards in the big blind, and he folds as well. So that's three uncontested pots. So we're folding around again to Philip, who makes it 26,000 to go. And Milan makes the call. 3 more players to act. Julian folds, as does Richard. Just Matt Carter in the... he folds as well, so we're going to see a flop, 2-handed. It's Philip and Milan. It'll be Philip to act first. And the flop is 4 of spades, 3 of spades, 8 of diamonds. And they both check. And we see the 10 of clubs on the turn. And Philip checks. And Milan checks, and we see the 10 of spades on the river. That's 3 spades now. 3 spades on a paired board. Philip checks. Milan reaches for chips. And bets 30,000. So it's Philip there in seat number 1. Represented Germany in the team event here earlier on in the week. And also won the, I believe won the heads up last year. And he folds, and Milan will take that down. And on we'll go. So as I was saying, these guys are all guaranteed £135 for making the final table. Top prize is £1,355. We had 96 players in this PLO, creating a prize pool of £4,800. So next hand, it's Matt Carter in the small blind and Richard Breen in the big blind. So Darina folds, as does Stefan, as does Philip and Metodi. Round to Milan again, who's been the most active player at the final table so far early on. And he folds. And Julien folds. And that leaves Richard Edwards, who reaches for chips. And he raises it to 27. Matt Carter folds in the small blinds. Just Richard Breen to get through in the big blind. 27,000 is the bet. And Richard folds as well. So I'm joined in the commentary box for the commentary area for the final table with John Murray, multiple APAT final tableist, medalist, cashing, Irish winning APAT player. How you doing, John?
I'm doing well, Lee. We've been trying out the entertainment that's available in the Westfield Centre, and there's a lot of it available. So this may be a different type of analysis than you've been having from Mark and Chris. I'm sure that
excellent. Well, the minute you've arrived and Matt Carter's chips are online. So what we've got here is Philip Hines in seat 1 has raised it up to 27,000. It's folded round to Matt Carter on the button, and he's shoving for. We're just going to get a count. John's right on the scene, so he'll tell us how much that is.
80,000.
80,000 is the count from our dealer. So Matt's now got 2 blinds to get through, which he's already folded. So it's back round to Philip to make a decision. He's in seat 1 to the right of the dealer as you look.
He's bet 27,000 already.
So it's another 53,000 for him to make the call. Then John?
Yes, and he's called.
And it flips 1 coin in, so we're going to see a showdown here. First,
Matt has 2 9s and 2 4s. And Philip has ace, jack, 9-3, I believe. No. Ace, jack, 9-7.
Ace, jack, 9-7. And it's the 9s and the 4s for Matt. The 9s and 4s are at risk here.
Matt is double suited on diamonds and clubs.
All looking good, dealer. Let's see a flop.
Philip has spades. First card receives ace, jack, 2.
Ace, jack, 2. So that's 2 pair for Philip. 9 or a 4, really. Or 3's no good. Needs to be a 9 or a 4. Needs to be a 9 or a 4, or we're going to lose Matt Carter in 9th place. And the 3 on the river does it, and we lose Matt Carter in 9th position. Well played to Matt.
Yeah? Yeah, take that chair out.
Do you mind just waiting until I get out of the way first?
I know.
Yeah, I'll be all right. See, John, you arrive. You arrive and we get some action.
It all goes crazy. It's interestingly, some of the hands that people get in with, they're not the traditional hands that people would say, oh, PLO, you got to go with these defined hands. But I think when when the stacks get low in comparison with the blinds, you have to widen your range a lot. And you can see
Absolutely.
both Matt, who shoved, and Philip, who called there, both had hands that were probably in the middle. They probably weren't premium. They weren't terrible either. They were kind of middling hands, but they're both willing to go with them. I think it's what happens when the stacks get more shallow.
Of course, and an exit on the final table means we have a ladder, so everyone's guaranteed £180 now. Life-changing money, John.
Life-changing. It is for me. We all know it's not for you.
So Metodi's made a raise there. What's that, John? 26?
26, yes. And everyone folds. He gets it through. Whether he wanted to get it through, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Or whether he wanted to call, but nobody called anyway. Big blinds are 6. The blind is 6 and 12, aren't they?
They are 6 and 12.
So he picks up 18,000. Really nice hand anyway. Philip is the big blind. Yes. And it's been folded around. Seat 4 is raised, which is what's that, Lee? What's her name? Jolene. Jolene has raised. No, she's called, sorry. But there is a raise from seat 5, which is Richard. He's raised to 54,000. All the way back round to Jolene, and she's folded. Yolene. Oh, you did that already? Have we had that?
I did that already, John.
Oh,
Well,
dear.
actually, no one else at home might have heard it. I did it
Well,
just in this area, but now you've broadcast that to the masses.
Probably never heard that.
All 5 people.
do you think
or
she knows
whatever.
that song? Where is she from?
I'm
She has a foreign surname. Belgium.
with the Belgian lot. It's with the Belgian crew. You can ask her, John. You can ask her.
Ah. Is it Yolene? How do you pronounce your name?
Jolene.
Yolene.
Yeah.
Yolene. Not Jolene.
No.
You know that song, I'm sure.
If not, John will sing it for you.
Yes.
So yeah.
Would you like me to sing for you? We'll wait till the poker's finished.
It was at the start of play, but that's 9th because I've taken Matt out and I've added Matt's.
Okay, a quick rundown of who we got. We got Philip Hines in seat 1. He's currently on 483,000, or thereabouts. I think he was chip leader already, and now he's added Matt Carter's chips to his. In seat 2, we got Metodi Shep. Oh, we'll come back to that in a minute. Richard Edwards made a raise to 35. How much? 42,000. And Stefan Roeder has moved all in. He had 74,000.
He's got to call here,
But
isn't he,
he
John?
may have lost a bit in the meantime. We're just getting an exact count. But it's not going to be that much more for Richard to make the call. Looks like he's put in about another 14. Richard has made the call, and we're just getting the chips worked out exactly. The dealer's worked out the chips, so we're going to see the cards. Showdown, guys. Stefan has got. Oh, sorry, the dealer's covered up again. Right, who we can see. Richard has Jack, 9, 10, suited on one of the jacks, and Stefan has ace, king, king, 9.
And it's the
Single
kings.
suited.
It's the kings of Stefan at risk here. Well, that's a nice looking start for him.
2, 6, queen. Kings are still ahead. There's no straight draw. That's a strange card,
it looks a good card, but actually that leaves redraws for Richard. That isn't one of them, though.
We had a king on the turn there, which gave Stefan a set, but also gave Richard straight draws.
So for those at home, obviously, well, the king on the turn, John, it gave a set for Stefan, but obviously what looked strongly heavy. What it did, didn't it? It gave a number of up and down draws for the straight.
It actually
for
gave Richard
more
chances of winning.
outs. Hence the reason why Stefan took a bit of a breath in, held it as the river card was dealt.
But at least the turn is one more card that has passed, one less opportunity for Richard to get there. But anyway, Stefan won the hand.
What
he's doubled up, or probably more than doubled up if you
with Omaha,
include the blinds.
You never win it easy.
So we can get a count, but Stefan must have about 150,000 after that, thereabouts. Would firm up on that. And Richard will be not... has about 100 left.
So the main event day 1B finished with 52 runners making it through to day 2, which is a significant amount more than it was yesterday. I think it was only
36 yesterday.
36 yesterday. So it's 88 players for bringing back for day 2 tomorrow.
Well done. You're an accountant, aren't you?
Yeah, I do this sort of thing for a living. Yeah.
So presumably the stacks must be shallower in day 2.
Well, yeah, it'll make for an interesting dynamic, won't it? Yeah. A lot of shorter stacks that have come through from today. And there were 7 runners less for today as well.
Yes, the players yesterday were much tougher, much stronger players yesterday. Because I was playing yesterday. Right, we've got a hand going on here anyway. We're between Metodi and Millen in C3. There's hardly any chips in the pot. And we've got a flop of 8, 5, queen, and a turn of 4. Metodi has bet out 1,200, which is the big blind amount. There's only 2 big blinds in the pot, and Millen is considering it. Looks like he's going to make the call. He calls, and the pot is now 48,000. The river is the king. There's no flush. It's 8, 5, queen, 4, king. Metodi, who bet the turn, now checks. And check behind by Millen. So we're going to see the cards. Metodi has got, I think he's got a pair of queens. No, he's got 3, 10, 7, queen. He has a queen, pair of queens. But Millen's got a better queen, queen jack. Better kicker. So Millen takes the pot.
Yeah, lovely.
It wasn't a very big pot, but in comparison with the stacks, the blinds are quite big in relation to the stacks. So just taking one bet there, taking one bet of whatever it was, 12,000 on top of the original pre-flop 12,000. So he added 24,000, which really is a significant amount to his stack. We were partway through giving a rundown of the runners and riders when we had a big all-in. So I'll just go back to that. In C3, starting final table, we had Milan Imanov, who had 128,000. He's probably increased that. He's looking at me as if I said his name wrongly there. So, what's that kind of?
Milan Ivanov.
Milan Ivanov. So he will have more than 128,000 now because he won that hand. Around half a kilogram. How much is that?
1 kilogram.
How many chips does that equal to? Yeah. He's got half a kilogram of chips. Okay. We'll come back to that in a minute because we've got some action going on. We've got Richard Breen has got 56,000. He's raised to 56,000. 7 times the small blind. He's folded all the way around to Milan Ivanov, who's made the call. The big blind, Jolene, gets out of the way. It's not Jolene, but it's close to that. It's pronounced slightly differently. Richard is called. So Milan re-raised all in. Richard has made the call. Richard is at risk, and he's got ace, king, queen, 6. He's suited on the ace and on the queen. And Milan has got ace, ace, 9, 9. No flushes. So Milan's aces are 9s against ace, king, queen, 6. Milan has no flush draws, and Richard has got 2 flush draws, spades and hearts. So Richard is at risk here. It's whoever wins this, there's a lot of chips in the middle. He did have about 100,000 starting the hand. Milan's hand is, you would consider, better, but remains to be seen. Right, we see 7, 5, 2 rainbow, so there's no help at all to Richard. We see a 4 of spades.
Draw, that's it. He's on a spade draw, John.
So
spade
he needs
draw, is it?
a spade, or that's his only
Spade
out
or a
is
3?
spade.
Spade or a 3?
I don't think a 3 would have helped him. Took me a while to work that out.
Spade is what he needed. I didn't get it, unfortunately. We lose Richard in 8th place.
Lee tried to mislead him in there. The 3 would not have helped him, but he needed a flush at the end and it didn't come. Thanks for that, Lee.
But I just couldn't resist.
Right, I'm going to have my 3rd attempt at running down the the people who are on this final table. Now that we've lost 2 of them. Seat 4 was, I'm going to try again, Yolaine. You know, my memory, what they call it again? Oh, your memory, yeah. It's terrible. Yolaine. She had 262,000 starting the final table, and have you probably about the same still? You lost a little bit? 250, we think. Right. Richard Edwards has just about 100-ish. And I'm going to come around to Dorina Clockon, because she has, she got chips in her hand, so the amount I was going to say is not quite right, but she got about 130, something like that, I think. About 130. I think Dorina was chip leader at one point, but I think things went against her a little bit at one point. Dorina won one of the earlier events, so she's already a bracelet winner. True. And in seat 9, Stefan Roeder, who we saw doubling up. So he's probably about 150 now. Okay, got raised to 42,000 from Philippines into Yolaine's big blind, and he takes it. Philip increases his stack further. He's chip leader by at least 200,000, I would say.
How much do we think Philip's got there now?
I think he's probably gone over 500 now.
And there's 1.44 million chips in play, so it's about a third of the chips in play then.
Yeah, after him, Yolaine is second with about 250. And then there's a bunch of people with 100 and odd chips. 100 and odd thousand chips.
I think, I would look and suggest Milan's probably got, in seat 3, has probably got comfortably heading it for 200,000 there, John.
Yeah, he won a hand against Metodi not long ago. Phillips confirmed 460, which is a little bit less than we thought.
So it's getting very close to a third of the chips in play, isn't it? And we're seven-handed.
It's Dorina's big blind. Richard's small blind.
So just the blinds for Philip to get through.
Philip's opening. That's the second hand in a row that he's opened.
I think
If
that's
if
not
if not his third.
it's
Actually.
not any surprise, to be honest, John.
Yes. You think you would? I mean, that's what big chip leaders should be doing. is opening a lot
Absolutely.
of
Yeah,
pots.
blinds are 8,000, 16,000. He shows that.
Can we see those cards? Ace,
There
king,
you
king,
go.
10,
To be fair,
and the ace of suited.
he's not raising with rubbish there.
Not there. He didn't show the previous ones.
No, interesting, yeah. Just trying to keep it honest, John. He's just trying to keep it honest.
Yeah, it's quite a good tactic to show the good ones, and then you get away with the others. But yeah, I think it's a good ploy for big chip leaders to keep opening, keep pounding.
Very much in this game, I think it is.
Well, in Hold'em as well.
Yeah, it doesn't always happen as much in Hold'em. People tend to knit up a little bit. I think here because cards hands always look a little bit nicer that you can pretty much raise with most stuff there, especially when you've got chips behind. Obviously, it's a pot limit, so it's managing the pot, isn't it? So you can very easily get away from a hand if you need to.
Yeah, and notice some of his raises, they're not actually for the full pot amount. He's raising. It's a raise, but it's not a pot raise, and he's still getting them through. Surprised actually some people don't call, because with Omaha, you still got a big chance of hitting.
So Yolene's racing up here.
37,000 from the big blind of 16. Into Richard on the button, Doreen on the small blind, and Stefan in the big blind. So I'm just going to have a word with Jürgen Bachmann, who's the captain of the German team. And one of the German team is still in this. Philip, in fact, who's the big chip leader. Jürgen, has Philip played a lot of PLO previously? I believe he has. Is that true?
Yeah, he's a really good, experienced PLO player, and he likes PLO 8 a bit more than the regular one. But I mean, he's really good, and he's overwhelming chip leader, so he should be having a guaranteed top 3 finish.
You think he's favourite to win, in fact?
I hope so, yeah. Looks like.
When you say he prefers 08, does he does like PLO as well? He plays a lot of PLO?
Yeah.
Does he play much Hold'em at all?
Not that much. In fact, he's just playing heads up Hold'em for the most part, and in general he's playing PLO.
Is it the second time he's been on the German team? Is it?
Yes.
And you've been on the German team about 50 times?
I don't know. Yeah, I started like in 2008 for the first time, and since then I'm a regular guest.
You've been every year? Huh?
I've been every year. I haven't played every year, but I've been every year to the APAT.
For a change here, it's Philip's blind that's been under attack from Dorina, and he gives it. No, he makes a call. She limped in. Okay. Oh, right. We're 3 ways to the flop. It's actually Millen, Dorina, and Philip. Flop is Queen, Queen 3 with 2 diamonds. And Millen leads out for 30,000. Dorina is all in for about close on 100. And Philip folds, and Millen doesn't look very happy. It's about 70 for him to call, and it looks like he's not going to do it. So he's getting a count. $97,000 it is. He's put 30 in. still waiting for Millen. I would guess that he's not going to call, but we'll see. We're still waiting. Millen Ivanov. I think it's more like Ivanov. He's enough of Torino's raise here. I think if he calls, I'd be very surprised if he calls now after this length of time. She's really representing a strong hand here. It looks like it's another one of these situations that has happened. I've seen it several times here where people have made a raise on the flop that's probably too big, and they've got themselves into a situation where they've ending up having to call when they virtually know that they're behind. But I don't think he's going to do it. He's still thinking about it, but he folds and shows pocket kings and a 2-3.
Sure, Queen?
Well, that's a few words from Dorina there, but I'm not sure whether she actually discussed. Did you tell us what you had, Dorina? Did we see a queen? No? No. She showed a queen. I seem to be the only one in the building that didn't see this queen that Dorina showed. And the dealer says there was going to be a king on the turn. It was a terrible fold.
Queen, queen.
Queen, queen. Did you? Dorina says, well, unless she had queen, queen. But she didn't say if she did have or not. So Dorina took that pot. She's now got probably about best part of 200. We haven't got an exact count, but yeah, not quite. Pretty close to 200,000. Next hand, we've got Stefan on the button, Philip in the small blind, Metodi in the big blind, and under the gun, Millen leads out for. Looks like it's going to be a min raise. I think he's got his amounts mixed up and meant to call, but he's ended up having to make a min raise. So he's put in 32,000. The big blind is about 16. It's around to Dorina. So Julien, I got her name right by the end of the tournament. Richard and Dorina has folded now as well. He's folded back around to Philip, and he looks like he's going to make the call. Philip makes the call, 32,000. Metodi folds. It was only 16 more to Metodi. And there was probably about, there was over 80,000 in that pot, and Metodi had 16 to call, but he made the fold. Let's see what comes. He may regret that. King 10-10. Action flop. Philip first to act. Philip first to act. He's not doing anything. We've got statuesque Philip. What does this mean, Jürgen? You know him better than anyone here. So he's checked, and Millen's made a tiny-ish bet of 30,000. Philip called. Jürgen, do you think Philip's got a strong here, do you?
I don't know. I think he's some kind connected to the flop, of course, but I think he's not too strong.
It's another king on the turn. We've got king 10-10 king. That'll help, probably. Well, whoever's got we don't know. Philip checked on the turn. Maybe he's not that strong. Millen checked behind. Unless somebody's being very deceptive in their play, they may not be that strong. Around our liver, it's a 7, which seems to be fairly irrelevant. Although it is a third club on the board. King 10, 10, king 7. 7 is a third club. So check from Philip, and a small bet of 25,000 from Millen into a pot of, I've lost count, it's a pretty big pot. Philip calls. Oh, and Millen has got pocket 7s. Queen Jack, 7-7 Queen Jack. He did have a straight draw. He's hit a 7 on the river to give him a full house. 7s over kings, and Philip folds. I suspect that Philip was winning. Well, he had to be winning really, because Millen had nothing until the river apart from a pair of 7s. And especially as Philip made the call, he certainly was winning until the river. He may have had 10. We don't know. Could he have had a pair of jacks or something? A pair of queens?
Maybe he had like a queens or jacks or
Yeah.
10.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it.
We've narrowed it to those hands, which were all crushing Millen until the river when miracle card of 7 appeared. Thing is, you don't know you're crushing because there's so many things that could be crushing you. But the bet said fairly small, but Millen bet 30,000, then he bet 25,000. He picked up 50,000, more than 50,000 plus the pre-flop. Were you surprised to see how Philip played that hand, Jürgen?
No.
He
I mean, he just tried to.
If he played aggressively, he would have taken that much earlier.
Yeah, but I mean, he's trying to play small pots, relatively small pots. I mean, every pot is quite huge now because of the blinds are so big, and so he's trying to play small pots and to gain these chips in this way.
Not make a major mistake, but it's going to cost him a lot of. And not make the mistake that some others have made of betting too big.
Yeah.
Right, so now Jolene has opened for 43,000. Remember, the big blind is 16. It's folded all the way around the table, right back to the big blind in Milan. He's thinking about it. He's built his stack quite a bit in those last few pots. And he's thinking about it. Jolene has still 250 or so. She hasn't played many hands on the final table anyway. He's made the call. Millen has called. That's 43,000 each pre-flop. And a small blind of 8. So we got a pot of 94,000 already. The flop is 8-2-2. No flush draw. Millen checks. Jolien. I got her to tell me her name again. Jolien, I think. 52,000. She's bet 52,000 into 96. Right. She's bet 60,000 into 96. I took 5,000 chips as being 1,000. She's bet 60,000. Millen is thinking. He still hasn't reacted to it. He's still thinking about it. It's a really big bet. He's bet 2/3 of the pot. And he folds. He clearly had something, but it's quite a risky call to make because obviously we don't know what hand that Julian. Is it Julian? Jolien.
Jolene.
Why can't I get it right?
I have no idea, because it's very straightforward,
It's
John.
straightforward, isn't it? I keep falling over her name. Jolien.
You've asked her 3 times.
Yes. Maybe she's misleading me on purpose. We're going to try phonetic writing here. A phonetic pronunciation now. Jolien.
So it's Jolene in the big blind this time, and it'll be Richard to act first.
Is it Jolene in the big
Very good, Jon.
Richard has bet the pot under the gun, which is 56,000. It's folded all the way around to the small blind. Millen. He folds. Big blind Yolian. She has 16. It's another 40,000 to call. And Richard doesn't have a lot of chips behind. He's got maybe 40,000 at most behind. She's gonna fold. It looks like she's got her chips in her hand, ready to throw them away. But she has second thoughts, and then she has third thoughts and does fold.
Much needed chips there for Richard.
Yeah, it's just picking up the blinds. It's 24,000.
With the blinds coming through now for him, so it's much needed.
Especially with this stack, because after you put in 56,000, they only had about 40,000 left. So adding 24,000 to less than 100 is
absolutely.
He's well, you're the accountant. You can work out. It's
good.
A quarter to his stack.
It's good. And he's in the big blind now, so.
Doreena's first to act, and looks like she's going to make a bet. I think it's a pot bet. Looks like. Yes, she's bet 56, which is the pot. It's folded all the way around to the button, which is Millen. Sorry. Millen is thinking about it. He likes to consider his options. He does like to have a good think about it before he folds. And he's folded. Yolian looks like she's going to call. This could be trouble. We've got some girl and girl action going on here.
But Richard's reshoved all in from the big blind.
Yes, instantly. And Doreena's going to have trouble getting away from this, I think, if she needs to.
The thing is,
Richard's bet won't be that much more.
I was going to say, the thing is, if Dorina goes all in as well, I mean, is Yolene then getting value to make the call as well?
Doreena's all in. About 200.
She's going to ask for a count, I'd imagine.
Yeah, we can get some exact figures.
Unless she can work it out. No, she folds very quickly.
Richard had 100-ish.
So it's going to be. I think it's going to be Richard's. Yeah, Richard's tournament life on the line.
Oh my God. Richard has Ace, King, Jack 9, 3 hearts suited on the Ace, and Dorina has Queen, Queen 7, 3 with suited on one of the queens. And Doreena's reshove there has forced Yolian to fold, probably a better hand. But she's got heads up. I think Yolian had no option, but Dorina has forced a heads up against Richard. So I think it's a really good play here by Dorina. She's got... Although she is at risk, she could lose 100, but she's got a situation where
so
she
the queens are ahead. It's the Ace, King, Jack 9 of Richard that's at stake.
Heads up. She's got to be one hand, 2 spades on the flop. It's 4, 5, 6. Oh, she's actually flopped straight. She has 7-3. She has flush draw as well, and it's over. She makes a flush at the end. Dorina has won with a flush. She already had a straight on the 154. He's bet for 154,000, so it's about, I think it's another 111 or something for, yeah, it is 111 for Philip to call. He has that much in his hand, and he's called. This is and oh, Metodi's not all in. He still has about 5,000 chips in his hand. 6,000 in his hand. So the chance of us getting a fold here on the flop are not high. There's over 300 in the pot. The other 6 go in, and Philip says he has the nuts. The flop is Jack 7-9. Oh, Philip has 8-10-10 Jack. Philip has flopped a straight. He hasn't got the nuts, in fact. He doesn't have the nuts, but he has a straight. He's flopped a straight. Metodi has got ace, 3, 4. There's a king on the turn, a 4 on the river. Philip straight stays ahead. And Metodi's eliminated, unluckily. He had pocket aces. Philip did have a good hand. He flopped a straight. Yeah, no, it went in. It virtually all went in pre-flop. There was over 300,000 pre-flop, and he had 6,000 left. I don't know why I didn't go in pre, but yeah. So it was a big hand. Philip wins again. Even when Philip is behind, he wins. So we're down to 5 players now. Philip, who had lost his lead, has regained it. We'll get a count as soon as we can. Stefan is the lowest stacked of the players. He hasn't played many hands. We did double up to 150 odd thousand, and really that's about the only hand he's played. He is 5th of the 5 remaining players, but there's now Philip well in the lead again, who had a big lead, lost it, and now is back well ahead. The other 3 are in the middle, and Stefan's behind. Philip has told us he's got 600,000. And I think there's 1.4 million in play. So he's got 6/14, whatever percentage that is. It's about 43% maybe, Lee? Lee can confirm. Lee, 6/14, what percentage is that?
Sorry?
Out of
6/14?
Yeah, at 14. So out of 1.4 million chips in play, Philip has got 600,000.
So he's got about 43%, something like that.
That's what I said, 43. I wonder if it's right.
It's roughly like that.
We'll have to ask Lucy. It's quite interesting because the other 3, namely Millen, Yolaine and Dorina, have similar-ish stacks, with Stefan taking up the rear at the moment. So how it goes between them would be interesting, because with Philip's big lead, whether they try to play against each other, whether they play for the minor medals and let him have it, or whether they try to take him on and still try to win, whether they wait till Stefan's out. We've got another hand now, and it's between Dorina and Philip. Dorina has raised to 56,000 into Philip's big blind. Philip has re-raised and Dorina's folded, and Philip chose aces. So 56,000 moved from Dorina to Philip there.
So we've got another 15 minutes left of this level then, John. 10,000, 20,000 of the blinds.
And then the blinds will be up again. Wow.
To 12,024.
I guess Stefan won't be happy about that. Although on the other hand, it gives him an opportunity to make a big catch in one go if he can.
Philip's got to be favourite for this at this point at the moment, wouldn't you say?
He's just picked up another 56,000 in the last hand from Doreen. He already had 600. Plus the blinds is going to give him the best part of 700 now. Well, he was a big blind, wasn't he? But even so, he's going to.
So he's made it the small blind here.
This is unusual. We haven't seen that. I haven't seen it for a long time. I don't think since this table started, where the small blind just made up. So we got blind on blind, no raise. Millen checks. So we go to the flop. Unraised, 40,000 in the pot. And we see king to king, 2 clubs. Check from Philip, check from Millen. 2 of spades. We got 2 kings and 2 spades. Sorry, we got 2 kings and 2 twos. 2 clubs and 2 spades.
There we are. He got there in the end.
Check, check again on the turn. And 6 of hearts, which looks like the most irrelevant card in the world, but we saw previously that when a 7 came on the river, it actually turned out to be very relevant.
Well, Philip's made a bet, so.
Philip has bet 35,000 into a pot of 40. Millen is thinking about it. It's unlikely either of them got a very strong hand here. You've got to think neither of them's got a strong hand, and that Philip is probably.
You think it's just Philip? You just think it's Philip having a stab at it? You think?
You would think so, but he might have a pair that's higher than 2s in his hand.
Well, he takes it down.
And he shows pocket kings. No, he doesn't. He didn't show. I think Millen was considering that Philip might be at it and might be trying to steal the pot. I think he was considering re-raising, which would have been a very adventurous, very brave thing to do, especially into the big chip leader. Anyway, he didn't. He let it go. Next hand, Philip's on the button, Millen's in the small blind, and Yolene's in the big blind. Serena folds, Stefan folds, Philip on the button. Philip's being shadowed by Jürgen Bachmann, the German coach, who's watching, supporting him the whole way through this. Philip raises, looks like it's about 40,000. Is that 40 or 50? 40, I think.
It's becoming a standard phrase, though, John, isn't it?
Standard raise.
Standard phrase. Philip raises.
Philip raises, yeah.
Yeah.
Especially when he's on the button, but he seems to raise a lot of them that haven't been raised before they get to him, as he should. Probably.
It is just constant pressure, isn't it, to the rest of the table?
Yeah, and with Omaha, there's a very good chance he could still connect on the flop even if he doesn't have a strong starting hand.
So Milan's made the call.
And Dorina folds.
And Yolene folds. It's quite surprising. Surprising, it's 20,000 into it.
Yes.
We're going to see a flop anyway.
Three Jack 4, rainbow.
Not very exciting. Milan will check.
He's checked.
And Philip's going to reach for some chips. In the top right of your screen.
$45,000.
So it's 45,000, about half pot, isn't it?
Yes. 40, and 20 So there was 100 in the.
There's 100, yes, just shy of half pot. Well, Milan's having to think about it, so. And he makes the call, so we're going to see a turn.
And the pot is building up.
190,000 in the pot now.
Yeah, if there's more action here, this pot
Ace of
looks to be bigger than
hearts.
some of the
Ace of
previous
hearts on
nights.
the river. 190,000 in the pot. It's been checked round to Philip again.
Two hearts on the board.
So Philip pretty much puts his entire stack of red chips across the line. Is that 100? Is that 175? 150?
Oh no, sorry,
175.
there's 7 of them.
175. So that's pretty much a pot-sized bet there.
Probably the second heart coming is relevant to this. That rather than making a bet that he may want called, he now probably wants to force a decision, like a.
So that's 365 in the middle. How much do we think Milan's playing now behind there, John? Discreetly, can you have a quick look?
Less than that.
Right. So he's pretty much put them all in. So he's put them all in, and Milan folds.
It looked like Philip was going to show, but he didn't in the
But that's
end.
that to me. It just oozes power poker, doesn't it? It's using his stack.
Just having a quick look at Milan's stack, and it's probably 110, 120,000, something like that.
So
That's
that pretty
got
much puts him short stack at the table now.
Well, Stefan, yes, he's got less than Stefan now. But really, both of them are short.
Yeah, both of them are short. Yeah. They probably both got less than 10% of the chips in play now, and we are five-handed.
Yeah, Yelaine still probably has about 250,000, and Reen probably has about 300. No. Serena got more than that. Certainly, Stefan and Milan are the shortest two.
So I think
Milan's all in, or as much as he can
I
get
think
in.
Philip's got about 650.
Serena's in the big blind for 20,000, and Milan has shoved from the button for as much as he can.
Yeah, as much as he can.
Some of his stack comes back to him because it's more than the pot.
70,000 is the pot size bet.
7 times the small blind of 10. Wow.
Easy way to work it out.
Isn't it? Do you think they could always keep the blinds at like 10,000, 20,000 to make it
easy, wouldn't
for
it?
us?
Milan gets that one in. Gets that through. And we've got 7 minutes left at this level.
So he's picked up 30,000 there. He had to put in 70,000 to make the bet, and he had maybe 20,000 behind. So he's got about 120,000 now. Next time, Yelaine is on the button, Doreen in the small blind, Stefan in the big blind. Philip looks like he's going to make a bet. He bets 46,000. Big blind of 20, and it's got through. Philip takes another pot pre-flop. This time it's his own big blind. So I wonder if anyone's got the courage to have a go at him. Probably if they got a big hand they'll take him on, but otherwise they may not. So Philip's big blind, with the action is on Milan. Philip confirms that he now has 800,000, which is more than half. It's folded around to Stefan in the small blind. He doesn't fancy taking on the 800,000 of Philip, and it's a walk. Philip gets a walk. There's also the situation that now we're 5-handed. They all know that we're only 2 places off the medals, and who wants to be the one to get knocked out for?
What's the money situation now, John?
I don't have the prize pool in front of me. Where is it?
So fifth place guaranteed. They're all guaranteed 337, with obviously 1,355 up top.
There isn't a great deal between the various between 4th and 3rd and 5th.
So 5th is 337, 4th is 450, 3rd place and the bronze medal goes with £608. The silver medal for 2nd place gets you £946, and then obviously the gold medal with the WCOAP bracelet and £1,355. It's top few places, isn't it? Really, top 3.
Yeah, the bigger jumps from 3rd up to 2nd, and then particularly from 2nd to 1st. But also the medals for the first 3. As I say, Philip be anxious not to go
Philip stacks up more of the blinds.
Yes, again.
But it's playing it exactly as you would do with that size stack.
Yeah, you got to keep pushing until somebody pushes back.
You can afford to just min raise. To be honest, it does exactly what you need it to do. And more often than not, with the guys trying to ladder up here now, the smaller stacks, you'll just scoop.
Yeah, I haven't seen him potting it at all. Some of the others have, but I haven't seen him doing it. Which is what you should do. You should just keep the pressure on.
So it's folded round to him on the button. I think. Wow.
As predicted by your expert commentary team.
Yeah, he folds. We are that good.
Millen raises and Yalaine folds the big blind. Millen raised from the small blind. Millen would be on the button now, be Yalaine's small blind and Doreen's big blind. I think we obviously had it pretty spot on there, Lee.
Oh yeah. We knew exactly what his game plan was. It's strange, but I guess again though, John, it's a case of, although you can do that, it does every once in a while. If you've got pretty much trash there, a fold doesn't do any harm. Especially as he was firing in Yolaine's big blind, and
have we seen Yolaine show a lot of resistance?
She's not going to be. She's played back. I watched her doing that on one of the outer tables as we broke down to 3 tables. So she's very much capable of doing that.
Right, he's opened again. Next hand from the cutoff. Millen folds, Yolaine folds, Doreen folds. He takes another one.
Thing is, if he does, if he does that 3 times an orbit, it's just grinding away.
Yeah, you can. If somebody does shove on you, then you can afford to fold that. If you do it with a bad hand,
but nobody yet has played back at him.
Maybe earlier on, but not lately. No.
Here we go again. It's Philip under the gun this time.
See, particularly this situation, they'll be more likely to flat call, I would think, because they don't want to get knocked out and miss out in the middle. But then, if they do that, then they're in bad shape when the flop comes, because you can just hit them again, unless they really do flop hard. So, next hand, Stefan's in the big blind, and Philip opens once more from under the gun. It's folded all the way around. Fold,
massively quickly. At some point, Stefan's got to make a stand here, isn't he? He's got to make a stand. It's not this time.
Not this time. They all hope that each other makes a stand first and loses. But at the moment, 2 of them will have to make a stand and lose before anyone else gets in the medals.
Yeah, Yolan just looked round and gave us a little look, as in like, what's going on?
Yolaine.
Yolaine, how's this playing out? I think
Yolaine, could we call you Mary? It would be easier. It'd be easier for me. I could keep not being on top of this. It is your lane. We know it's your lane. It took us a while to to master it, but it's not actually such a difficult name.
So blinds are going up after this hand. And Milan is raising under the gun.
It's clearly going to make a big raise here. Right, we're going to see how much that is. It's a big raise.
Should be
How much
70.
is that? 70,000, which is the pot. It's a pot raise. Fold, fold. Yelena and Dorina. Fold from Stefan. So he's now bet into Philip's big blind. Would you do that, Lee? You'd have to have a good hand, wouldn't you?
Well, you think so, but
Yes.
Philip's had a look at his cards and given him a look and says no. Philip shows King Queen 9-3. So King Queen 10-3. Milan just shows a king.
It's probably quite likely that his other cards were better than King Queen 10-3.
Well, that's the first time anyone's played into Philip's blind for a little while.
And he did it for full pot. If he had done it for double the blind or something, Philip quite likely would have called, and then
Well, so it would probably appeal to see, to see a flop.
and then could have got into trouble. He's probably better to go for broke at the start and
What's your gut feel if this folds round to Philip in the small blind that Philip looks to get those blinds back?
action on Yolaine under the gun. She folds. Here we go. Dorina folds, but Stefan is all in. It's about
Not very much at all.
50,000 or something, maybe not quite even that. Or maybe it's more, sorry. It's around
No,
that amount. Around
But
50.
Milan's got a call, hasn't he?
$46.
Got to call.
Milan calls.
Got to call. It's got to call.
But he's only putting in 44. So he's got 46. Milan had to call really there for not much more. It's like double the big blind. So he may or may not have a good hand. He's got Queen 10, 6, 5. And Stefan has got Ace, King, Queen 8. And with regard to suits, Stefan is suited on the Ace. Milan is suited on the 10 on spades. Stefan has diamonds. We see a flop of 3, Queen 9.
So they both hit a queen.
4 of diamonds, which
Needs to avoid a 10,
keeps
6 or a 5.
an
And that's
ace
good
on the
enough.
river.
And it's a double up for Stefan.
Yeah. Stefan had a Stefan had a better queen. He was always ahead. He had a better queen. He had the flush draw, and then on the turn, and then he hit the ace on the river. So everything was going his way there. He shoved for 46,000. So 246 is 92 plus
Plus
a
a
small
10.
blind of 10.
So 102 now.
102. Stefan now has 102.
He lives to fight another day, John, but not a big fight at the moment. He's gonna need to double up a couple more times to get back in the game, really.
And that does mean that Millen's stack is now down to around the same amount, maybe 120,000 thereabouts. So it's Yolene's big blind. Fold around. Philip folds. Millen hasn't done anything yet. Looks like he's going to flat call. He calls. Big blind is 24,000. It's checked. So blind on blind. We got a flop of 7, 7, 9. No flush draw. Millen is thinking about it. He has maybe 80,000 or thereabouts behind. The pot is about, actually the pot is exactly 48,000. He bets 30. He bets 30 into 48, and he's got maybe double that behind. Yolaine is thinking about it. Remember, the flop was 779. We don't know what cards either of them has, of course, but looks like she's not folding. She calls. Now it's developing into a big pot. 60, 100. Now there's 108,000 already in the pot. He checks the turn. There's a 4. Yolaine checks his chips. 13. He has about 65 maybe behind. They went check check on the turn. There's another 7 on the river, so there are 3 7s on the board, a 9 and a 4. There's no flush available. Millen checks once again. And Yolaine is thinking about it. Yolaine has 105,000 behind, and she checks behind. Check, check. Millen looks like he's going to. What does he have? He doesn't really have much. They both had straight draws and missed. Oh dear. They both had 10-8 in their hands, and Yolaine had. They both had 10 straight draws. Yolaine had lower cards. They both missed a straight draw, but Millen also had King Jack in his hand. So the King High won. They end up with 3 7s each, a King High, and that's it. King wins. It's pretty clear that anybody who bet there in the end would have taken the pot. But really bizarre. Both of them could have made the straight, and if they'd made a straight, it's still not clear that the other one wouldn't have had a full house, so far as they knew. So it's a very difficult hand to play. We're on the next hand. Yolaine still has 105,000. Anyway. Millen has improved. Next hand, Philip bets 50,000. Called pretty quickly by Millen. Yolaine folds. Doreena's in the big blind. She already has 24,000 in, so it's 26 more to call. And she calls. So she calls. So the 350s plus a small blind means there's already pre-flop. There's 162,000 in the pot, which is more than Yolaine's stack. Sorry, Yolaine. Dorina has. I think. Philip folds instantly, and Millen thinks the flop was 8-4-8, 2 clubs. There was 162 in the pot. 134,000 is Doreena's stack. Millen's considering and he folds. Let's go. So. Dorina takes the pot, so she now has 134 plus 152, which is 286,000. Millen says to her, if I had potted pre-flop, would you call? And she says no. Whether
I believe it.
She says she wouldn't call, but do we believe her? Would you call? I'm not sure, but she has 286,000 now. Now, Stefan's in the big blind, Doreen in the small blind, Yolaine on the button. Philip folds, William folds, Yolaine folds, and Dorina pots it. She's putting pressure on Stefan here. She probably should pot no matter what she has, but he doesn't know if she's got a good hand or not.
She shows pocket jacks.
Did she? Wow, well, there's nothing better than that. It's hard for him to call.
Really has just been grinding a short stack there from the start, really.
He's played hardly. I can only remember him playing one hand. He may have played more, but I can't remember playing the one hand where Daddy doubled up. Did he play another one? Possibly, but the two at the most.
But he's managed to outlast 4 others who are at this final table, and it's just a couple of places off a medal.
So it's now him and Yolaine that are the short stacks. Although Millen is not that far ahead of them. But we got clear leader with Philip and a clear second with Dorina now. Millen calls in dramatic news. Millen calls the first time we've seen that, I think. Apart from when the small blinds are made up. He's called from first position, and Stefan is also called on the small blind. So a 3-way to the flop, 60,000 in the pot. The pot is the flop is 4-3-7 with 2 spades. Stefan checks. Philip asks how much Stefan has behind. 50. Well, I think he's got a little bit more than 50 actually. But,
well, he was up to 102 after his winning hand.
Yes.
But he's had the blinds go through him.
I think he's got 61 behind.
Yeah, that would sound about right.
He got checked around on the flop. 10 of spades on the turn, which is the 3rd spade. 4, 3, 7, 10. Philip bets 25,000.
Tiny bet, isn't it? Tiny bet. But it does the job, though, John.
Well, it's almost half the pot. There was they 20,000 each in pre-flop. There was no raise, so it was 320 to 60. Yeah, so 25 into 60 is. What percentage is that? And Philip adds a few more. So now Stefan is going to be on the button this time. Philip's going to be in small blind, and Millen's going to be in the big blind. And Yolaine will be first to act, and then Dorina. Yolaine, who had quite a stack but lost a big hand, and she's now got just under 100,000. And she's thinking about it. She asked how much the pot is, and she's told it's 84,000. And she's bet it. Yeah, she's bet 84,000, which is nearly all her trips. And it's round to Millen in the big blind. Everybody else is folded. still hasn't decided whether he's calling or not. Elaine only has about 14,000 behind, so it'll be for all her chips inevitably. He's counting his chips. So he obviously has something. He obviously has a hand of some sort. She presumably has a good hand as well. We'll find out soon. I think it looks like he's getting closer to actually making a call rather than a fold here. I think he wants to make the call. Whether he will is another thing, but it looks like he wants to call.
He has been thinking about this for a little while now, John, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, he does have 24,000 in. She's bet 86,000, so it's another 60.
How much do we think he's playing?
Hmm?
How much do we think he's playing?
Not much more than 100, so it's...
This is it, yeah.
He has cut out the chips, actually, and it would have left him with about 30,000 behind if he lost the hand. He's folded. Yeah, lane shows 2 aces. So your lane adds the big and small blinds. She adds 36,000 to her stack, which is about a third onto her stack. So even though the others fold, it's still very worthwhile adding those in. Next hand, and you've joined at a... It's a very tense moment here. Philip's on the button. Elaine's in the big blind. He's folded to Philip. Doreen and Stefan have folded. Philip is going to make a raise for a change. He bets, how much is that? He's bet 84,000, which is the pot. Millen is thinking. Millen does like to have a good think and think things through, think what the options are and what the people could have, I guess. He doesn't make any rash, fast decisions. He's thinking, but I think he's not going to call here. Still thinking, and he's folded, and Yolaine folds instantly. And Philip adds another 36,000, which has less effect on his stack than it does on the others. So the chips that Yolaine won in the previous hand have now been taken away, most of them anyway. But at least by winning that, she's kept herself alive for another while. Doreen is in the big blind. Yolaine's in the small blind. Millen's in the button. We've got a... We've got a walk. We've got a walk. Doreen shows Jack 10, 10, 8. 2 clubs. She tells Philip if he had raised, she would have called. She had Jack 10, 10, 8 with a flush draw. She's saying she wants to take him on. Doreen is saying she wants to take Philip on. And really, these are the 2 big stacks. So, in a way, you might think that she might wait, that she might delay that confrontation until the smaller stacks are out of the way, but she's saying she wants to take him on. Whether it's true, whether we believe her, is another question. And Philip folds again. From a raising machine, he's turned into a folding machine. 2 hands in a row. Of the last 2 hands, he's folded 100% of them. It's around to Dorina, who raises, puts Stefan all in, and he's called. Stefan's got all in. Or he's re-raised, but it's enough. He's in anyway, and she's called. And we don't see very big hands here. Stefan has got Queen, Queen, Jack, 5. Suited on the Queen, some diamonds, and Dorina has got 8, 6, 2, 2. Oh, there's a 2. There's a 2. 2, 5, King, an 8, and a 9. Dorina flops a set, knocks out Stefan. He didn't have many chips, so it was fair enough. It was fair game to put him to the test. Really, she puts them all in. She puts them all in with any hand there, and he has to call. He didn't have a strong hand either. Neither of them had a strong hand. Hers came up better. She flopped a set. God. Philip finishes in 5th place. How much does Philip win?
Well, you'll just see Lucy there, the lovely Lucy, placing the medals and bracelets out on the table. Round of applause for Lucy, everybody. Thanks very much, Lucy. Thank you, Lucy.
So Stefan got won £337 there for his 5th place. We're down to 4 players. Philip's in the big blind. The other 2 are a bit behind. We got 2 small stacks now. We got, sorry to rub it in. Has less than 100, I think, about 90 or something, and Milan has less. His big blind is 24, and he's got about the same amount behind, roughly. So it's inevitable that Philip's going to put Milan all in here. If that doesn't happen, the other 2 have folded. Really, he has to just put him in, surely. And he's done it. He's potted and Milan's in. So Milan's at risk here. He's all in. We're getting a count with the exact amount. How much is it? 48. Exactly 2 big blinds. Potted 96. Philip shows Queen, Jack, 7, 7. 2 suits, hearts and diamonds. Milan has got King, 7, 8, 9. The flop is 9, Jack, Queen. What does that mean? It means that Philip has got 2 pairs. A 3 on the turn, which is 2nd spade, and a 7 on the river, which is a 3rd spade. Gives Milan the flush. Milan doubles up. The river. Yolaine is the life for Milan's good luck. It went all the way to the river there. It looked like Milan was going to get knocked out because Philip flopped 2 pairs, but he got there under the end with the flush.
2 pair with the flush draw as well. And Milan's hit runner for his flush draw.
Milan's Millen has got 96,000 now, so he still doesn't have a big stack. But now he's moved ahead of Yolaine. Well, actually, no, she's got about the same. But Philip pots it from the button into Yolaine's big blind, Philip's small blind. They both fold. We got the medals on the table, as you can see. Next hand, Millen's in the button, Yolaine's in the small blind, Doreena's in the big blind, and Philip folds. Yeah, anything. All right. Yolaine has shoved from the small blind into Doreena's stack. Dorina calls pretty much straight away. Yolaine, 2 queens and 2 tens, but Dorina has ace king of hearts, but she also has a 3 and an 8. So we got queen queen 10 10 for Yolaine, ace king 3 8 for Dorina. What's the betting that it goes 3 8 for 2 pairs? Queen 5 7. Yolaine has hit a set, a jack on the turn, and a king on the river. There's 3 spades on the board. Who has won? Yolaine has won. Yolaine's set holds up. I wasn't sure for a second whether Dorina have managed to get there from behind, but Yolaine's set holds up. And she doubles up. So that's both Millen and Lane. They both haven't tried to crawl in over the line. They've both got the chips in, but they both won their hands and doubled up. Hmm? So it's very hard to predict now what's going to happen. I mean, Philip's obviously a big favourite to win it, but for the second, third places, it's hard to say.
It obviously depends, because if it was Dorina that bust one of the other two next,
it would add a bit to her.
It adds a bit to a stack, and it starts. Then it isn't. Then Philip doesn't have quite as much of a chip lead, and anything can happen when you get heads up.
Yes, saying you got 800,000 out of 1.4 million sounds great when there's 5 left or whatever, but when you get down to heads up.
Exactly. Yeah. So Dorina's got to make a decision here. Does she sit tight and just let the other two get down to rail out, or to ladder up, or does she think, well, actually, if I can bust both of these, I'll put myself in a nice position to go into the heads up.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll take them on. If she has a hand, I'm sure she'll take them on. Philip raises and shows 2 kings. That was into Millen's big blind. So Millen had to give up his big blind there. This time Yolaine is in the big blind. Millen's in the small blind. Philip raises. If they don't call, it's another slice out of their stacks.
Tom, I think it's really great if Philip has a decent cash in this, because apparently he's going to donate the money to the yeah, do not think that's yeah, thinking of somebody else.
It's an interesting situation because, well, these two are trying to hold on for third place. The pressure that Philip puts on them keeps adding to his stack. So when he comes to getting heads up, all these extra blinds are going to help him to in this battle for probably against Arena, but we'll see. But he's folded the button this time, which I didn't expect. And Millen.
He looks very relaxed though, doesn't he, John?
Millen folds the small blind. Yolaine gets a walk. So Yolaine, did you have a good hand there? Did you have ace, ace, king, queen?
No.
You're glad to see a fold? Yolaine was glad they all folded. I got a feeling she might not have been calling a raise. Went into another hand. The blinds have gone up again. It's now 15,000, 30,000. The poor short stacks are being hammered now. Every time it comes around to their big blind, and even the small blind, it just takes a huge chunk out of their chips. Right, so Millen's in the big blind, Millen's in the button, Yolaine's in the small blind, Doreen is in the big blind. Philip raises to 65,000, and Millen's all in. Yolaine folds, Doreen hasn't folded. We're getting a count of Millen's chips.
But there's got to be a call here, isn't there?
Well, Doreen is still in hand.
Yeah, but what I'm saying
It's
for either of them.
The original bet was 65. Yes. The all-in was 45 from Millen. And Doreen's big blind, she has 30,000 in for the big blind. It's 35,000 more for her if she wants to call, and she does. She's called.
I think the likelihood is they're going to.
So it should be 40,000 in the side pot. There seems to be some confusion. I make it there should be 40,000 in the side pot because the original bet from Philip was 65 and the all-in from Millen was 45, which is 20,000 difference. So twice that should be 40,000.
40 in the side, yeah? 40
Yeah.
in the side pot, yeah?
Yeah. So
Here comes the flop, and they're both already checking.
they're both already checking. And the flop is king, ace, 6, 2 clubs. They both check, another 6 on the turn.
And they're checking this down.
And checked again. And the river is 9 of clubs.
Should
the third
win.
club. They go check, check. A king shown by Dorina. Ace king shown by Millen and Philip Mux. Millen takes the pot. He's got a better king. Oh, he's got ace king. He's got 2 pair. Dorina won the side pot there. So he trebled up from his 35,000 plus the small blind. So 335s. 335 is 105,000.
5, John. It's getting late on in the day, isn't it?
Plus the 20,000 from the small. Plus the 15,000 for the small blind.
So yeah, I mean, you can understand they both checked down. We're on the bubble for the medals here. You can understand them both checking it down. The fact is, neither of them actually had very much of that at all.
No. Dorina got the small, the side part, which wasn't much.
So we go again, John. We go again.
Yeah. Elaine is now probably got less than Millen, but there's not a lot between them. In fact, they've almost got the same stack. He's got maybe less than 10,000 more than her. Millen's first to act, and he folds. He thought about playing there, but he folds. Elaine is thinking about it. She's on the button, and she pots. Pots for 100,000. Can't be 100. It's like 105. 105, that makes sense. She's got very little behind, maybe 30. Philip doesn't look too keen to call here. His big blind is 30,000. He lets it go. He folds. Philip folds. There's another 75,000 plus maybe less than 10,000 extra behind. You surprised at that fold, Lee?
No, he he made the comment that she's played very few hands. So obviously,
you can hit anything.
But as I was saying earlier on, what Philip doesn't want to do is all of a sudden start doubling up a couple of short stacks, and all of a sudden his what was more than half the chips in play is then down to a quarter or a third.
The last time she showed pocket aces. So next hand, Dorina in the button. Philip in the small blind. Millen in the big blind, and Elaine looks like she's going to make a play, and she bets 65,000. She raised. This is interesting. She raised to 65,000. It's gone round to Millen's big blind. It's got 30,000 in.
I really like the bet though.
I think she got a very strong hand here.
Possibly not.
Because I saw.
Hmm.
Elaine now crushing the table. Winning two hands pre-flop in a row. That's her big blind. Dorina looks like she's going to raise. And Dorina puts in 65. Same amount that Elaine bet the previous hand. So 2 times the big blind plus 5,000. It's interesting. All of a sudden, it's changed from potting it pre-flop to going just over a one big blind raise, and both times the folds have happened. Elaine lets it go here. But Elaine has built her stack a bit. She's closer to 200 than 100. She must be. Yeah, she must have 200 now. We've still got a huge stack with Philip in between with Dorina, and then the other two at the bottom. Philip looks like he's going to bet into Dorina's stack. He bet 65. 65 is the new standard bet. Third hand in a row, the raise has been 65,000. Millen folds. Yalain hasn't decided yet. Yalain is thinking about it. She seems to have a decision to make.
Sunday night social. It's gotta be cheese and wine.
Yalain's still thinking. She's still got a tough decision, obviously. And she's potted. She's decided she's potted, which is all in for about 200,000. And Philip calls instantly. Yalain had a long think about it, and she shows ace, queen, 6, suited on the queen. Philip called instantly. He's got ace, king, queen, 4. He's double suited. But he's got spades and hearts.
Which hand do you fancy here, John?
I fancy Yalain's hand. The aces are ahead.
I quite like the look of Philip's hand.
I know, yeah. He's got the flush draw. She doesn't have any flush draw because he's got a better hearts.
But it's the aces at risk. It's Yalain's tournament life on the line here with the aces. Let's see what happens.
King 6-4. He flops 2 pair.
King falls ahead.
3.
3 on the turns, no help.
Jack. Kings and 4s. Kings and 4s win. Philip said that he predicted there would be a king and a 4 in the flop. Yalain is really unlucky there. Yalain was so unlucky. She had the better hand. He flopped 2 pair, and we'll try to get a count. He may have broken the million barrier.
Well, as I said earlier on, John, it all depended about who busted the next person as to where the momentum would be now, and it's very much with the German in seat 1, yeah.
Yeah, if Doreen had been the one to knock out Yalain, for example, then she would be maybe up to 500,000, and Philip might have had 800,000 or something like that, and it would have been anybody's. Now he's probably got over 1 million, maybe slightly over 1 million. Doreen has got maybe 300,000 at most, and so she's got him at if one of them busts a million, she's still got quite a tough job to get back. Million's all in, or he's raised. He's put all his chips in. He may not be able to.
Well, what's it? Is it one?
It doesn't matter anyway, because Philip has re-raised and they're all in. Pre-flop. Philip has ace, queen, 10, 4. Suited on the ace and the queen, and spades and diamonds. Millen has king, king, 7, 4, and he's also suited in clubs on one of the kings.
So then, John, it's the kings at risk here. It's the kings at risk. Kings at risk.
Queen, Jack, 3 with 2 clubs. Millen stays ahead. Oh, a 9.
That's a diamond draw and the return ahead. Straight.
Push. Yes. Ace of clubs on the river. 3, Jack, Queen. Jack and Queen were both clubs. Then a 9 of diamonds, and then the ace of clubs. Millen was ahead the whole way through the hand. On the flop, he was ahead on the flop. He was ahead on the turn. He was ahead on the river. The flush on the end just confirmed that he was winning. But now he's got a nice stack. We'll get a chip count in a minute. There may not be much difference now between Millen and Dorina stacks. It's getting quite rowdy here now. The Dorina folds the button. Philip flat calls on the small blind. Millen checks, I believe. Has he checked? No, he hasn't done anything yet. He checks. We're going to the flop. Flop is Queen, Ace, 8, Rainbow. Millen pots and Philip folds instantly. And we've been joined by Gabriel Imito. How do you say your Imamito? Imito. Supporting Dorina here. Do you think she's going to win?
Speriamo che vinca e win.
Yes, we think she's going to win. He believes she will win anyway.
If I win, Philip is a very good good player. Second position is good.
You think you're giving first place to Philip?
Yeah.
You think Dorina's going to be second? Right. Gabriel is also a member of the Italian team, and Dorina's come along supporting them. And they've both won bracelets previous to this week. So, Philip folds the button. Millen folds small blind. Dorina shows pocket threes, so she had the best hand. It's the only one with the pair. So this time Millen beyond the button. Dorina on the small blind, Philip on the big blind. Yeah, we think Philip's got about 900,000 at the moment out of 1.4 in play. 1.4 million. Millen passes the button. Dorina is on the small blind. And she folds. We got a walk. 2 walks in a row. It's very hard to play against Philip's big stack. And here's Jürgen Bachmann, the German captain again. You happy, Jürgen? How it's going?
Yeah, quite good.
Jürgen is happy. You happy, Philip?
I'm happy, yeah.
Philip's happy. Everybody, the crowd happy? Sure, there's some support for Philip there. Everybody's happy so far on Philip's team. On Philip's supporters are happy. So, we've got another hand started. Dorina looks like she's going to raise from the button. I think she's going to bet the pot, I think. She has bet 65,000. It isn't the pot bet, but it's 65,000. This is a substantial amount. Yeah. Philip has folded and we're thinking about it. We've had a call in the big blind. Millen is called. So the flop comes. Flop is 8-3 queen, rainbow. Millen checks. And Dorina checks. Turn is an ace of diamonds, so there's 2 diamonds on the board. 8-3, queen 8, 2 diamonds. Millen bets, well, the pot, but it's 140,000, I think. 140,000, which is the pot. Dorina hasn't decided, she's thinking about it. And we don't know whether she's going to call. Dorina's got a tough decision. It's pretty much most of her stack. But Millen is not all in. He's bet 140,000, but he still has chips behind as well. There's not much difference in both their stacks, so if she does call, whoever loses will be down to dust here. Dorina is still considering whether she should make this call or not. Millen tells her to take her time. She's still thinking about it. And she folds. She folds. So Milan has added to his chips there. He's taken some chips from Dorina, but he may have taken a lot more, or she may have taken them from him, of course, depending on who won. But she has avoided that confrontation. I think he seemed very confident there, so it was probably the right decision. I think I'm just going to have a word with Gabriel. I think he seemed very confident.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't know what cards they either of them had, but I think he looked like he didn't mind if it was called. So,
See if you call.
Did you think she was going to call?
No.
You didn't think? No. The longer it went on, the less likely.
Try to pair.
Yeah. So we move on. Another hand. Philip raises into Dorina's big blind. It's folded quite quickly by Milan and Dorina, and he shows pocket kings. Next hand, Milan's in the big blind. Milan's in the button. Dorina's in a small blind, and Philip's in the big blind. And we're off. Action's going to be on Milan. He still hasn't decided. Milan obviously has a tricky hand here because he's still thinking about what to do. And he's folded. Dorina instantly says pot. She's raised from the small blind into Philip's big blind, and Philip has folded. Looks like she's going to show. No, she doesn't show. So Dorina took that hand away from Philip. It should be on the button this time. Philip's small blind, Milan's big blind. Action will be on Dorina first. She folds pretty quickly. Philip is next in the small blind. And he has raised to 75,000. The big blind is 30,000, remember, so he's raised to 2.5 big blinds. And Millen is called. Millen is called. There's 150,000 in the pot, which is probably not much less than, not far off Millen's stack. We see 5 Jack Queen with 2 spades on the flop. Philip quickly bets 150,000 the pot. Millen is thinking about it, and he folds. So Millen loses 75,000 out of his stack to Philip. Philip is very big chip leader. Dorina and Milan have similar-ish stacks, a couple of hundred, maybe 200,000 each, something like that. Philip not far off 1 million. So Philip is first on the button. He folds the button. And Millen has folded. He's folded the small blind. Dorina this time, last time she showed pocket 3s, this time she shows pocket 4s, so clearly had the best hand again. This time be Philip's big blind, Dorina's small, and first to act will be Millen on the button. Millen hasn't decided yet what he's doing. He picks up some chips, and it looks like he's picked up a big blind. So it looks like he's just going to call, and he calls. But there's some. Philip is questioning something about the chips. Anyway, it's a call. Doreen has raised to 120,000. Philip folds. It's back to Millen. He's already put 30,000 in, and he said call, and he thought he was going to be all in. He thought he was going to push all his chips in. Whether he thought he said pot or whatever, but he's been told it's just a call. So he pushed all his chips forward, but was told to take them all back again. He's put in 120,000. There's now 270,000 in this pot already. The flop is Jack 5-3. Dorina says all in, and Milan calls. Dorina shows Queen 10-5, so pair of queens. Milan has got Queen 9-9-5, so he's got a pair of 9s.
So Dorina's got 2K back, and that's it.
Dorina is ahead.
So the queens are ahead, and
a 9 or a 5. Well, 5 is not good. A 9, really, or a flush possibility. No.
It isn't, and
Dorina has eliminated Milan in third place. He didn't have many outs. Well, once the flop came, she had a pair of queens. He had a pair of nines, and then he picked up a flush draw on the turn, but it didn't come. It would have been very cruel if a flush did come on the river there, when he only picked up the flush draw on the turn. He only had a pair of nines, so Dorina's hand wasn't that strong, but it was strong enough to knock out Milan in third. And now that will help Dorina's stack, clearly. Because if Philip has maybe 900,000, then Dorina must be up to best part of 500,000. He may
roughly it, John, yeah?
Yeah, he may have somewhere between he may be up to $1 million, somewhere between 900 and $1 million. So she'll have somewhere between 4 and 500. Probably closer to 5, I think. We're heads up. Dorina is heads up for her second bracelet of the week.
Wow. I mean,
Wow.
Jay, that is just wow, isn't it?
Yes.
That's then going to make Gabriel even more keen on trying to win his second of the week tomorrow in an event, so they can go home with 2 each.
And based on their history, I mean, there's got to be 50-50 to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
In case you don't know, do you pronounce his name Gabriel? Gabriel. Yeah. He already has 4 bracelets banked. She has 1 and at least a silver here, going for a second gold.
They're not a bad poker couple, are they?
Are they indeed? Yes. I think they're just being lucky himself. What do you think?
Yeah. No, I've never played against either of them, so can't probably comment.
I did yesterday. I played against Gabrielle yesterday, and it was hell. It was horrible. He's a very nice guy, but you don't want to play poker against him. It was hell.
So here we go then.
He's a very aggressive, very good player. I've never played against Dorina though.
Heads up. Germany versus Italy. Man versus woman.
She also
poker player versus poker player.
Dorina finished runner-up in this event, the same event last year, to Parish. She got a silver medal last year in the same event. Okay, in the first hand, Dorina takes it down. She shows pocket aces. We had a flop of King 7-2. The aces take it down. So the blinds are 20,000, 40,000. The big blind is 40,000. It's gone up again. Dorina has about 500,000 and Philip has about 900,000. Philip raises from the button on the small blind to 85,000. Seems to be quite a standard raise of Philip's to go to twice the big blind plus 5,000. So not doing what a lot of players doing, which is feeling the obligation to putt when they raise. They're just going to just over twice the big blind, which means that they can do it a lot of times. And then if they get re-raised, they can get away. Next hand, it's going to be Dorina on the button and in the small blind, and Philip in the big blind. $20,000, $40,000. Dorina has raised to 120,000. So 3 big blinds. Philip folds.
No, the other way I lied, sorry. Down just a tiny bit and you're perfect. Beautiful. Yeah, that's good that.
Just waiting for the next hand to start. And we're off. Philip's on the button this time. And he is raised to 85. He's raised to 85. His standard raise, I think. And he's called by Dorina. Dorina will be first to act on the flop, which is Ace Jack 6, 2 spades. She checks, and he checks behind. King of spades on the turn. So now there are 3 spades. All the 3 Broadway cards, in fact, are spades on the flop, on the board. Ace, Jack, and King, all spades, plus the 6 of hearts. And Dorina checks, and Philip bets 85,000 again, which is half the pot. Dorina lets it go. She may have possibilities there, but it could have been the case. I mean, we don't know, but it could have been the case that even if she got there, she might still have been losing. So anyway, it's hard to know. It's hard to play on the board like that. She's folded. She'll have the button this time. And it looks like she's going to flat call. She's called. She's called 40,000 each in the pot. Check from Philip. So we're on the flop. 80,000 in the pot. 10-3-5, 2 hearts. And Philip is going to bet. He bets 50,000 into 80. Dorina looks like she's going to call, and she does. She's called, so now there's 180,000 in the pot. This is building into a big pot. 8 of hearts on a turn. This could be a dramatic hand, and it builds to an anticlimax there where they both check. Queen of spades on the river. 10-3-5-8. Queen, 3 hearts. Check on the river. What looked like was going to be a huge hand disappears into nothing. Philip shows 10-3 for 2 pairs. 10p6-7. Dorina shows 5-3 for a lower 2 pairs, and Philip takes a pot. Let's say it looked like it was going to be a big hand. There were a lot of chips in there, but it all disappeared down to check, down to nothing at the end. But Philip added quite a few chips to his stack there. Doreen is under more pressure. Dorina couldn't really sustain another hand like that. If she was to she'd lose that many chips again, she really would have to more or less go all in. Philip raises from the button, 85,000 as usual. Dorina folds. And he shows Ace, 10, King, 9. suited on the ice. Serena's second year in a row to be heads up in this event, and at the moment it looks like she's going to finish second again, unless she can do something to recover from the situation. But as poker, you can recover quite quickly. Not this time. She folds the button. She's open folded the button, which we have seen happen a few times. Not since we went heads up. We have seen it previously. Some people say you should never open fold the button. Tom, what do you think? I've got Tom Brady here. Would you ever fold the button, Tom?
Obviously, yes.
Obviously, yes.
Heads up? Yeah. Did you see her hand there?
No, I didn't. No.
5, 8, 9 off. Like
That's a pretty good hand. Huh?
Really?
Well, how do you know he had a better hand?
Yeah,
So Philip has called pre-flop and Doreen checked pre-flop. So we just got the 2 big blinds in the pot for 80,000. The flop is Queen 4 Ace, and Doreen bets and shows Queen 4 after Philip folds. Bit of argy-bargy in the line out over from the the Gotham crowd over in the corner, but we try to ignore them. We're hoping that the noise in the background doesn't really affect how the commentary comes across to you. So, next hand. Doreen raises, I believe. Looks like. She raised to 85,000. And it's a call. Philip calls. 170 in the pot. Flop is Jack, 5, 6, 2 diamonds. Philip is first to act and bets the pot, 170. $170 really would have an effect on Doreen's stacks. Probably half her stack. She's moved, she's raised, they've re-raised, all in. They're all in on the turn, on the flop. We're all in. Let me see. Doreen has Ace 3 4 Queen. Philip has Ace King 7 4. They both have no pairs. They just have draws. The 3 on the turn gives a straight to Philip, and a 6 on the river. He's got a straight. He's won. It's all over. Serena had a straight draw, and Philip had a straight. They both had straight draws on when all the chips went in. They had no pairs between the two of them. They both had straight draws, but Philip hit his on the turn, and that was it. German. So Philip from Germany takes the gold medal and the bracelet. Serena from Italy takes the silver medal. Philip wins £1,355. Dorina wins £946. Millen won £608 for third. But it's more about the medals, the prestige of winning, the bracelet, and all that. We're getting around some photographs here, people stacking up chips and arranging things. Lee is going to have a few words just to wrap things up in a minute and summarise. So, in the meantime, he's acting as chief chip stacker. It's one of Lee's many skills is chip stacking. He's spent a lot of his youth on that.
Thank you very much, John. Excellent. So that's it. Concluded for another day from the APAT World Championship of Amateur Poker. We have a German winner in Pot Lim Omaha in Philip Hines. We'll be back tomorrow for the main event day 2, which commences at 1 o'clock. We have a heads-up side event at 12 o'clock. We also have an Irish side event and a cash side event to conclude. So we've got 4 bracelets that are going to get presented by the end of the day. Hopefully not too late for us, but I hope you've enjoyed the stream today. Thanks very much to John for commentating on the Omaha final table. Much appreciated, and good luck in the main event tomorrow, John. Fingers crossed for you in that.
I hope my bracelet is going to fit. Can I have it specially sized to fit me?
I'm sure we could sort that out. But hope you've enjoyed the stream. Love you to have your feedback on the forum. Let us know what you think. But we're going to do it all again tomorrow. Good night.